order, please rise.
Good evening, everyone. We will start the meeting with a prayer. We beseech thee, Lord, to bestow wisdom upon the members of this council in order that their decisions may be founded in justice and prudence. Amen. Please be seated. Have a confirmation of the agenda, please.
Thank you. I'll move the agenda.
Councilor Bryce, seconder.
I'll second that, Your Worship.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Adoption of the minutes.
I'll move the minutes, Your Worship.
Adoption of the minutes. A motion moved. Seconder, please. Any errors or omissions? I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We'll get to advertised bylaws and related reports. Councilor O'Donnell.
Thank you, Your Worship. This is CR 13-60. The title is Application for Discretionary Use and Zoning Bylaw Amendment, a proposed office building greater than 2.0 floor area ratio in the downtown, and the address specifically is 2074 Rose Street. Members will note in the report that this is a new building, a new construct. It is a 5-story office building. Currently the site is vacant. You'll note that as we often talk about parking, there are 29 stalls required, but 34 stalls are proposed. What's interesting about the building is that the stalls are included inside the building and on many levels. The building will face Rose Street as compared to 13th Avenue. It is better for access through the alley for the cars to be able to go in and out that way. If the street is facing Rose, then there is an ability to have a commercial space on the front. I guess the coffee shop would be the usual example. Whereas on 13th, if they can not have access, shall we say, or the same kind of development along there, then it allows for more parking on the inside. We discussed this at length with some bonusing and so on, with trees and shrubs and so on the street, with a canopy over top. There's good protection for people to walk. Believe that this is very consistent with what we're looking for in the downtown, and we would look for concurrence, please.
Thank you, Councilor O'Donnell. Any questions on the report? I have one, Councilor O'Donnell. Perhaps you could talk about you mentioned bonusing. I don't know if everybody knows what that is, and if you could explain what exactly will be added to the site based on bonusing.
Thank you for the opportunity. So there is some structures that can be altered a little bit. In other words, the podium height, for example, in this one. And by allowing them to do that, it increases some space, or it increases more parking, or it changes the focus of the building. But what we've gained here is some public space out in the front. We'll gain some trees or shrubs that will make it a nice place to walk. And so that is part of I don't want to use the word negotiation, as that's not fair. It would be part of the give and take that goes with the developer and with our staff when they want to make sure that the downtown plan is adhered to, and that the developer therefore can build a building that will help as people walk past or enjoy the structure as it goes along. So that would be my explanation.
Thank you, Councilor O'Donnell. If there's no questions on the report, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We'll move to report 1361. Councilor O'Donnell.
Thank you again. This is an amendment of the Clean Property Bylaw, specifically outdoor restaurant regulations. So within the report are a number of diagrams, and this is online as well, and it shows some different ways that we could now have outdoor spaces, outdoor restaurant spaces, so that there is still a sidewalk to use, or that there is now a patio space that goes off into what we would normally call a parking space. So we have some benefit in terms of the downtown in that we have small streets, but the downside is that when you have a small street, you often have a small sidewalk. So the downtown community wants to make sure that the more people come and use the downtown in the evening. They feel that one of the ways that will happen is if they can extend the restaurants out onto the sidewalk, and we can enjoy, good grief, nice weather when it comes. And so if we can have a change to this bylaw, you will see that you can either still walk on the sidewalk, or the sidewalk can be converted to a restaurant with a boardwalk goes along. It is important to note that the boardwalk must meet standards, and it must be done by registered developers. It can't just be a few 2x4s thrown together for the hope that it'll stay. And so there's a restriction placed on this. You'll note that there's also a letter from the downtown bid, and they are in favor. I think they've given us some consideration. Specifically to that letter, you note that they are noting that they will lose some parking, but believe that with more people and more vibrancy that will not be an issue. We also look for concurrence on this, please.
Thank you, Councillor Dowell. Questions on the report? Councillor Murray.
Thanks, Your Worship.
Move, seconded by Councillor Hawkins, that Council hereby consent to bylaws 2013-28 and 2013-31 going to a third reading at this meeting.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried unanimously.
I move, seconded by Councillor Bryce, that bylaws 2013-28 and 2013-31 be read for a third time.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. So we'll move on to delegations and related reports. We have a first delegation, D13-48. Brian Nestman. If you could please identify yourself, who you represent. You have 10 minutes for your presentation, and there may be questions from council afterwards.
Okay, thank you. My name is Brian Nestman, and I represent the Optimist Gymnastics Association of Regina. And what we're looking for from council is continued support from the City of Regina in regards to financial assistance equivalent to the revenue loss at 1555 8th Avenue to the tune of around $60,000 a year. So OGAR uses this grant to support two clubs in the city, QCK and Gymnastics Adventure, and those funds go into supplementing rent, membership fees, and for recreational and competitive gymnasts. It assists with required development and certification of coaches for the sport of gymnastics, helps to support kids' sport, participation of elementary and secondary schools, athlete development, special needs groups. There's about 5,000 kids that are seeing benefits from the revenue coming out of this initiative. Competitive athletes travel. It helps to support that both locally, provincially, nationally, and internationally. Support our judges for their development and travel throughout the province, as well as provide financial assistance for less fortunate children that want to get involved with gymnastics. As stated from our correspondence from OGAR's lawyer, Mark Mullets, dated March 25th, OGAR is the Optimist Gymnastics, I apologize. The organization has provided significant investment in the building. The city has collected taxes from 1555 8th Avenue over the years, while supporting gymnastics has cost the city very little. OGAR, on the other hand, has upgraded the building by insulating, painting, upgrades to the mezzanine area, new washrooms, replacement of water heaters, gas heaters or gas unit heaters, as well as insulating the asbestos-lined ceiling and doing exterior roof repairs. The total for that investment was around $148,000 over the years, as well as countless thousands of hours of volunteer time from the members of gymnastics. We feel that the city will be benefiting greatly from the appreciation of this property. The city should also consider that it provides recreational facilities assisting the following seasonal sports on an ongoing basis: swimming, synchronized swimming, diving, football, soccer, baseball, hockey, ringette, tennis, badminton, wrestling, athletics, figure skating, to name a few. Gymnastics, unfortunately, is a year-round activity, with one of the largest yearly participant sports memberships of approximately 5,000. It requires hiring full-time and part-time specifically skilled coaches. It requires large facilities of somewhere in the round 28,000 square feet with roofs that are 30, 40 feet high to accommodate the large membership and equipment needs. The two non-profit clubs pay rent, property taxes, utilities, and other operating expenses, including leasehold improvements. We understand other sports which are supported by the City of Regina are not responsible for those capital expenditures and many other associated costs. Our primary goal is to secure funding from the City of Regina for gymnastics community equivalent to the revenue that will be lost at 1555 8th Avenue. Sorry. Sorry about that. Got to keep our papers in order. So, I'm sorry, I apologize. Too many notes. Our gymnastics community has brought to the city several large events over the past few years. Last year we hosted the national competition, and in the last 6 or 7 years we've hosted it twice. The Artistic Western Gymnastics Championships was hosted here a few years ago, as well as the Tramp and Tumbling Western Canadian Cup Championships. It brings in athletes from all across Canada, officials, delegates, and spectators to the tune of over 3,000 people that will participate in this sport. OGAR recognizes and thanks the city for the years of support they have given. What we want from you now is just to find out if there's ways that we can replace that funding that's going to be lost over the next little while, or after the building's lost. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nesmith, for your presentation. We do have some questions. Councillor Bryce.
Thank you. Are you aware that other groups who are in need of finances from the city or assistance with the city apply for grants and go through the grant process, and it's all looked at the same time?
Yes.
Okay. Do you feel that that's something that your group would do?
Oh, yeah, for sure. This thing has been going on for probably, this building has been with us for 20-some years. And it was a good way at the time to have the city provide some type of funding to this group. And it was kind of it was a different type of an opportunity because of a different kind of sport. And we understand there are grants and stuff available now, and we'll definitely be pursuing some of those avenues.
Okay, thank you. And normally when a group comes forward asking about money and assistance, they also provide the last couple of years' finances, but I don't see any of that with your group.
I apologize. We can certainly get that for you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. I believe the administrative report refers to receiving, but they're not part of our attachment. Yes. Any other questions of the delegation? Councillor Fraser.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for your time and presentation. Just want to confirm, you mentioned that QCK and Gymnastic Adventures are both registered nonprofits. That's true?
The Gymnastic Adventure side is, yeah. That's the competitive side of the gymnastics group. So Gymnastics Adventure and Amazing Adventure are two different entities.
Okay.
So the Gymnastics Adventure side is the nonprofit side, and that's the side that's supported.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Fraser. You can return to the gallery, and we'll now go to our next delegation. Mr. Byron Wiebe. Mr. Wiebe, if you could identify yourself, who you represent. You have 10 minutes for your presentation, and members of council may have questions afterwards.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Byron Wiebe, and I'm one of the founding partners of the District Brewing Company, currently located at the previously mentioned building at 1555 8th Avenue. My partners that are here with me tonight are Jay Cook, Darcy Uhersky, and Bill Cook. I'd like to thank every one of you for your time and the opportunity to speak about our brewery. District Brewing Company is a microbrewery, a term that's not properly understood in the province due to the abundance of brew pubs and lack of actual microbreweries. In fact, there are only 2 other microbreweries in the entire province, and both are currently located in Saskatoon. We're a commercial beer manufacturing company that sells packaged beer to retailers in the province. We are the first of our kind in Regina, and we plan to sell our product to the SLG liquor stores and to the taverns, restaurants, and bars around the city. We're not a brew pub. It is important that this be clarified because brew pubs are primarily restaurants and or bars, and the beer that they produce is on a very small scale, and it's just a small supplementary income to their restaurant or lounge business. They're not nearly as affected by the seasonality of beer sales because they have these other main streams of income. There's a reason why there's no other microbreweries in Regina right now. For one, it requires a pretty large capital investment up front because of that gigantic brewing equipment that is needed to produce such large batches of beer, and also the large building that is needed to house the building, their equipment. Secondly, the increased risk of only producing one very seasonal product with no supplementary income. We will be producing around 5,000 liters at a time, which is equivalent to roughly 12,000 bottles per brew. The exciting thing is that we have the capacity to brew several times per day, This could translate into thousands of beer bottles being shipped to our customers on a daily basis. Similar-sized breweries that have become successful in other markets are Big Rock in Calgary, Great Western here in Saskatoon, and Steam Whistle in Toronto. Microbrewed beers are becoming increasingly more successful and mainstream in every market across the U.S. and Canada. We felt that it was time for a brewery in Regina to put our city on the map and to grab a piece of the action. Let me fill you in on my background. I attended business school at the U of S in Saskatoon and finished my degree right here in Regina, majoring in marketing and finance. After school, I jumped right into business and helped successfully launch 2 different companies right here in Regina. It has always been my passion to be involved in the exciting beer industry. I knew business, but I needed to partner with someone who knew the beer and how to make it on a commercial scale. It wasn't until I met my partner, Jay, 2 years ago that the pieces of the puzzle came together and we decided to launch Regina's very first microbrewery. Our brewmaster, Jay Cook, moved his family here from Ontario 2 years ago to follow his dream of developing and operating his own brewery. Jay grew up in Regina, graduated from the U of S, but moved away for a lack of opportunity like many of his classmates back in 2001. He pursued brewing science and graduated from schools in Chicago and in Germany. For the past 9 years, he has showcased his knowledge and skills across North America with positions in several microbreweries and most recently at Labatt's in London, Ontario. He chose to move back to Regina based on his roots and belief that Regina was the best place to start and promote his new business. We have a very ambitious plan for growth, and we have chosen Regina to launch this business. Regina has not had a brewery of its own since Molson's packed up and left more than a decade ago. Pilsner is still so iconic in this province that most people think it's still brewed in the city. However, as many as you probably know, it is not. We plan on filling that hole with a community-based, grassroots approach, and we fully believe that we will produce the best beer in the world right here in Regina. We plan on being approachable like most small businesses in Regina, something that we believe makes Regina such a wonderful and friendly city. We want to give back to the community by supporting local events, celebrations, festivals, and to make the city more attractive for tourism by creating another attraction for visitors to see, tour, and do tastings. We strive to become a household name in Regina, a landmark in the Warehouse District, and a poster child for development of the area. As we grow, we'll be an active employer in the city. We expect to create manufacturing jobs like brewer and cellar positions, bottling line operators, warehouse staff. We'll also need delivery drivers, sales and marketing staff, and managers. These are all very good paying jobs in a stable and growing economy. However, this is an industry that is plagued with seasonality. With spring being upon us, we need to move forward with our construction so that we can produce beer by the start of summer. Beer is a seasonal beverage, and it is imperative that we begin our operations soon in order to give our business a chance to succeed. There's one last point that I need to reiterate. We are a small business and local owners that started this venture in good faith. We ask that Council gives us the opportunity to succeed by expediting the process of resolving the remaining issues concerning the building at 1555 8th Avenue. We're all very proud of the city and the growth it's experienced over the past few years, and are all very excited to be part of Regina's future growth. We'd like to extend an open invitation to any or all members of the City Council to come take a tour of the facility, see what we've done, and to view something truly unique to the city of Regina. Thanks again for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Mr. B, for your presentation. Any questions from members of Council? Councillor O'Donnell?
Thanks. Welcome, and thanks for your presentation. I'm going to be very direct with you on a couple of issues.
For sure.
One was that there has been a number of renovations done to the building, and I'm just going to list a few. Remove bleachers, extend the mezzanine area, add drainage, electrical changes, storage, and so on and so on. Correct. Some of those were significant. Was there a building permit done for those?
We're currently in the process of completing the building permit application and finalizing all of that.
So was there work done prior to requesting a building permit?
There was. We put up some structures that we, on our part, didn't think that we needed a building permit for. Okay. That was our mistake. We take full blame for that, and we are currently trying to resolve that with the city, and are doing everything we can to complete that.
Okay. And you're familiar that we have a report that follows this after we finish your delegation, that we have a report. Have you read that report?
I have not yet, no.
Okay. I'll leave it at that then.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Other questions? Thank you, Mr. Reeve. You can return to the gallery, and we'll now consider the report.
Thank you.
CR 13-62, Councillor Murray.
Thanks very much, Your Worship. Before us, we have a report on the Optimist Gymnastics Association of Regina, and it's on that specific building that we've been discussing. There's three parts to the recommendations that came from the Finance and Administration Committee after quite a bit of discussion, a lot of deliberation, and a lot of time spent. The first is that the request from OGAR, or Optimist Gymnastics Association of Regina, that the city waive its rights to repurchase the property at 1555 8th Avenue, and that be denied. And the part two, that the administration be instructed to pursue the repurchase of that property from OGAR for $1 as per the terms of the agreement. When ownership of the property, this was the third part that was added to at committee, that when ownership of the property at 1555 8th Avenue is attained by the City of Regina, administration provide a report to City Council with recommendations on how to handle the current tenant, this being the brewery, and then the others affected parties that are going to be dealt with as well. That's where we're referring, Your Worship, to those gymnastics groups and organizations who really have lost the potential funding source, and this becomes a concern obviously to committee, and I know the council will take that as well, because they no longer have that if that building isn't belonging to OGAR. So one of the challenges we realized was that our funding models for application of grants and grant monies happens at a specific time of the year. That time of the year is actually passed. So there was a concern, and that's why we want to address that. We're not interested in leaving somebody out in the cold, but it is important that we address a conflict in the way the agreement was created. And actually the building has not been used for gymnastics for quite some time. So that's another part of the concern, that was intended to be a gymnastics building and for that purpose. So through committee we had quite a bit of discussion. We came up with the recommendations we have here, and we felt confident from committee that this would be the right direction for us to pursue, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. Are other comments on the report? So we all know Councillor Donald.
Yeah, well,
are you okay?
Yeah, I think there were some interesting things in this report, and I would certainly suggest to the, at least to the microbrewing people, that they read it and have a look-see at what we're considering. Tell you what I heard tonight. I heard the people from the from the gymnastics community come forward and basically understand we're looking for funding. I think what I heard from Councillor Murray is that there is an understanding that we want to make sure that people are looked after as we try and look after other organizations, sport or otherwise. And so I think there's an application process, and I think there's some understanding of that, at least on my part, that we will be receptive and listen to what it is that they may need. In terms of the building, though, I think that there's been some issues here. I think it's been referenced it has not been used for gymnastics for some time, that there has been alterations done to the building without a building permit, without permission. And I take that as a rather serious interest. And I also suggest that there may have been some conflict of interest among some of the parties here, and I don't like that. So on this regard, I'm going to support the motion. I think there may be some opportunity here to have things come forward again and consider, but I think it is time for us to change the ownership of this building. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Donald. Any other questions? You'll be closing debate. You'll be closing debate. I have a question of the administration, if I might, just from my chair here. I'm interested in knowing. Recommendation number 3 speaks of a discussion between City Council or the administration and the affected parties. Just how they were dealt with, and I guess I have a question. What does that mean? I know what I think that means. That means we'll talk with the tenant and the current owner of the building to ensure there's a resolution to the concerns raised by both delegations. That is to say, funding for OGAR and a place for the brewery to continue to operate. Just an understanding through Mr. Carlson. Can you give us some indication on that?
Yes, Your Worship. Just as a bit of background, the administration's already had discussions with both OGAR, the ownership group, and the brewery group. So this recommendation would lead to discussions with the tenant, so the brewery, in terms of how the property would be disposed of and opportunities for them to continue maintaining occupancy within the building. And then the second discussions would occur with the gymnastics groups who were receiving support, and would be seeking some sort of transitional funding through this year to the point that next year they could go through the normal processes as other groups would. So those are sort of the two areas that would be bringing recommendations back to you.
Thank you for that. So the key, the second part is the transitional funding for OGAR, so they're not left without funding for this year since they passed the deadline. Councillor Murray, to close debate.
Thanks very much, Your Worship. I know that through this discussion there was a few things that came up, things about fire exits that needed to be addressed, agreements with where they led to. There was challenges around not having the correct permits in place or any permits in place actually when this major construction happened. So a number of things happened which triggered this, and actually it came back, Your Worship, from SLGA contacting the city asking if all the correct permits were in place. So we didn't even know anything about this, that it was occurring. So there was some struggles and challenges, and I guess I may be a bit naive, but I'd like to think that it was just there were oversights and errors, but there is a number of parties on both sides of the table, whether they're both on our OGAR as well as on the brewery at that time. That may have changed since, and I don't have that information, but there's some challenges here. So we do need to work through it, but what's most important here, Your Worship, is that we're going to address the issue with those nonprofit groups because they're caught in the middle of this. Those gymnastics groups, those kids that rely on that funding need to be addressed to make sure that we take care of them. So I'm glad to hear that we have the ability to do that, and we will work forward on that. As we move forward, we have a tenant within that building, which will soon become our building, a tenant that we need to see progress through this process. They need to get their stuff together and get this brewery working. So whatever we can do on our side to help them get the correct information so they can make the right decisions, so they can contact the right people, and they can do the right things so we can approve it, I'm glad to see that we're going to be able to do that, and we'll help them get through that. So, Your Worship, I am in favor of the motion as it is before us. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. I'm going to call the question on the report. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Move on to our next report. This is a transit review. We have one delegation this evening, D13-50, John Klein. Good evening, Mr. Klein. If you could identify yourself, who you represent. You have 10 minutes for your presentation, and we may have questions afterwards.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Councilors. In the recently passed report on transit in Regina, the Council Committee recommended that the Council consider further enhancements to conventional transit routing in the 2014 budget, which requires a 2014 budget increase. At the Community and Protective Services Committee meeting on April 10th, Councillor Young wondered if there may be some way for the summer construction season to be used as an opportunity to convince employers in the downtown area to encourage their employees to use Regina Transit and reduce parking and traffic congestion. This is a serious possibility. The Regina Transit Employer Pass could be heavily promoted or even adapted after the Boulder, Colorado Eco Pass, and I've included a link for information on that type of pass. Additional incentives for employers who buy their employees a pass for the year or maybe just this summer could improve traffic and parking downtown while increasing Regina Transit revenue immediately, so additional buses could be more easily purchased sooner rather than later. Employers with parking spaces that are not needed would realize additional income from people outside of their company as they rent them out to those who choose to drive. And I'll skip ahead a few sentences here. If Reginans saw that more prominent people that using the public transit, that would help to dispel the social stigma created here that the bus is not intended for everyone to be able to use it. Councillors Young and Fraser recently attended paratransit for a tour in order to gain experience, and I applaud that effort. Quote, "What would make you want to ride the bus?" End quote. That's the question Boulder, Colorado politicians asked people in order to learn what the system had to look like, and they made that happen rather than using a top-down imposition of service onto people. In Regina, many people I know don't feel the bus system that they would want to use will ever be available here. I'm not so pessimistic. Design Regina and the Transportation Master Plan have given transit users and other citizens a chance to tell the city what they would like to see in order to create the ideal bus service. It falls on council's shoulders to find ways to make that available here. Skipping ahead a bit. Comments I had made to me following the committee meeting included these, and these are a quote here. "Not investing in transit due to low ridership is a self-fulfilling prophecy." and that's by Chad, but not the Chad you're all thinking of. You've got to spend money to make money, said Naomi. Could the city talk with the province about getting more staff on Regina Transit, asked Luke. And Steve had a multi-part answer. Eliminate parking requirements for new building construction and expand parking metering. Use the parking meter revenue to fix sidewalks and otherwise beautify downtown. If public employees receive free parking, which in most cases they most certainly do, make them pay. Number 3, get an express bus from the university up Albert Street all the way north, or possibly to the Galaxy movie theater. The current focus is backwards, putting more emphasis on feeder routes than on major transit routes. Arms aren't much good without a spine, says Steve. So skipping ahead a little bit. People are asking you to spend their tax money on improving transit service. You're unlikely to hear from any delegation or other engaged citizens that they'd rather you not build a world-class public transit service here. You have everything to gain by focusing a little bit on this issue. And if you do hear from anyone who is against better transit, beware the costs and consequences that flow from their position. And I list a few of them for you here. Climate change. Aside from nuclear war, this is among the most grave threats to civilization known to humankind, and it's predicted to vastly change the geopolitical landscape this century, as well as, of course, the average weather in Regina and the world. And less seriously, traffic jams. Each bus removes multiple cars from the road. Also, parking congestion. Parkades could be built at an approximate cost of $33,000 per stall. Parkades will not solve the air pollution problem that cars present us with, and parkades are also regarded as ugly buildings by most people I know anyway. Reduced air quality. Motor vehicles produce air pollution that creates smog and shorten lives. Reduced economic opportunity. Many young professionals and millennials choose to live where they can live a complete life without owning a car. Having an unsuccessful transit system in an unwalkable city will cause some people to choose to live where they have that service provided. The City of Regina officially recognizes the importance of reducing greenhouse gas emissions in many of its present and long-standing policies. My hope that is more effort will be expended now that over 2 decades have been used up finding only minor efficiencies and reductions in greenhouse gas production. It's time to get real. Skipping ahead a bit. Our city website fails to mention transit as an important factor in determining how much energy is consumed in our city. The City of Saskatoon suggests citizens there consider using transit to reduce their environmental impact, and they thank the City of Regina for some of the information contained on that webpage of theirs. Quote, for the average person, vehicles are one of the biggest contributors of greenhouse gases to the atmosphere. Think about carpooling to work, starting a walking school bus for your kids, taking a city bus on your errand, or walking to the local grocery store, end quote from the Saskatoon website. Barry Verbanovic, the president of FCM, describes transit this way. Public transit isn't a luxury, it's the key to a strong economy. The following are requests for service improvements from nearly the number of people who provided comments to the Regina Transit Survey earlier this year. That survey was the basis upon the changes recommended by the committee earlier this month. It's my hope that the petition's respondents will encourage City Council to act more boldly in the much-needed directions outlined here. So on the petition, what they've signed as in favor of is more frequent stop times after 9 p.m. for routes serving major streets. On Sundays and holidays, use the Saturday routes and schedule, which I'm pleased to see is on the recommendations in July. Express routes on major roads, including but not limited to Albert Street, Broad Street, Victoria Avenue, and Avenue East, Dewdney Avenue, and Rochdale Boulevard. Where possible, bus-only lanes will be created and strictly enforced to reduce transit delays. As an aside, this fits with the Mayor's recent interest in investigating snow routes. Another point, enough paratransit resources made available to reduce by half or more the 2011 monthly average number of stranded users requesting service by the end of the year. Bus or shuttle service to the Regina Airport. My petition identified 5 areas of improvement. The last point mentioned was to create a bus to the airport. Since there's no sidewalk or bike lane connecting the rest of the city with the airport, a bus is urgently needed for public safety and convenience. Also, Regina's tourism industry and national reputation will improve if we don't force people newly arrived to our city to pay for a cab ride or require friends or family to pick them up if they're not renting a car. And I'm holding up a bus transfer. Day passes could be bought on the buses. The transfer printers are capable of doing this. This method doesn't require a tourist or other user to find and attend the transit office when it's open, then buy the pass after already traveling, specifically to get a pass for travel. And then a few references that you might be interested in, including how many people were denied service on paratransit last year, which is 15,000 ride requests. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Klein, for your presentation. Are there questions of the delegation? There are none. A good presentation, and thank you for your ongoing support of the transit system for the city.
Thank you very much. Here's for the city clerk, the petition.
Thank you for that. So you can return to the gallery, and we'll consider the report before us. This is CR 13-63. Councillor Flagel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I rise into support of CR 13-63, and it's a transit review, proposed route changes for conventional transit, not paratransit, so it's just the conventional. We had a spirited, nice conversation at committee on April 10th, and some delegations came forward. Mr. Klein was one of them as well, so that was nice to see him talk about it again, and he did have some suggestions there. Committee adopted a resolution to concur in the recommendation contained in the report after adding recommendation number 2 to read as follows, that this report be forwarded to, obviously, to City Council. Recommendation number 1 and number 2 do not require City Council's approval. This is just being brought forward to City Council for consideration, again, just for everybody to look at. The committee is set up of the 5 council people. There was 4 of us in attendance at the time, and we went through. The recommendation is that the Community and Protection Service Committee approve the changes proposed in the conventional transit route shown in Appendix C and D, in which we don't have available. But through public consultation, we had, I think, 5 different locations for open house, with approximately 1,000 people showing up and, giving their opinion. And also, we had another 368 that could do. We dropped off mail-in cards, left some cards on buses for people to pick up and that type of thing. So I think we got a pretty broad view of what was going on in the city and the changes possibly needed. Down the road, the question was asked, if something doesn't quite work out, could there be added changes? And it wouldn't happen overnight, but if it was a really high demand, it could be looked at. So that was something else that we talked about as well, because as much as we feel the growth of the city may determine what we need to do 6 months from now with new developments, new things going on, different university, different. I'll just pick an example of Harbor Landing. When that happened, we had to change the route plan probably 4 or 5 years ago to accommodate, bringing things in. The creeks and on and on and on. But we recommended approval, and we've moved forward with this. And I'll leave it open if anybody has any questions of the administration or of committee. Thank you.
Mike, before I throw this open, Councilor Flake, could you just talk on page 2 about, for the benefit of those in the audience, there are 4 points of initiatives that are outlined in the background section, just to give greater context to the changes that we're recommending.
With the route review is more direct services, to be more competitive for travel times for people getting to and from work and or to recreational, or even in situations we've had where people need to use the regular transit for doctor's appointments and things like that. We're trying to make it more frequent. some new services to different areas of the city. As I mentioned, frequency of rates, higher frequency of buses, that type of thing. So there, we're trying to find demand, and there's some areas, and that was part of the discussion. It's, you have a bus running at 8 o'clock at night, and it's empty. What do? Do you increase the times to maybe create more people to go to use it, or do you leave it as is and hope that people use the facility that's there? Those are discussions that we're at our meeting, because nobody likes to see a big 47-seater bus driving up and down Broad Street empty. But if the utilization isn't there, or the user groups aren't there, or it's not frequent enough for the user groups, that was sort of some of the discussions that went on. Appropriate vehicles, conventional fleets of Regina Transit consist of 99 40-footer buses and 7 30-foot buses. And I know, Mayor Fougere, you're all in favor of going to the smaller buses, or have been for a number of years. And I think that's something that's going to be looked at as well, because they're just a little bit easier on the city streets and cost-effective and all the rest of that stuff. So those were some of the discussions that were ongoing. And again, back into the method of feedback. And we really appreciate all the support. And I know there was probably more than the roughly 1,400 people that submitted and helped and talked, and because I'm sure there was discussion going on amongst all the different user groups and community associations and all that. So appreciate all the support.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Councillor Bryce.
Thank you. I just want to thank the group that was listening to our community, making the changes that the community is asking for. I had a number of seniors call me about concerns. They live up in the northwest on Garnet Street, and they were concerned that the bus wouldn't go by close to them, close enough for them to actually utilize the bus service, because there's a large number of seniors up there. So I did direct them to Transit, who did listen to their concerns, and it was changed so that they still will be able to utilize the bus service. So I just wanted to thank our administration for listening.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Other comments? Councillor O'Donnell?
Thanks, Your Worship. I have a few questions so that people understand. So it talks about more direct service. Can I ask about express route, please, what that means in terms of new?
Mr. Wanzura?
Your Worship, as part of the route, we've added more direct routes going north-south up on Albert Street from the far north to far south, more direct routes on Broad Street, and as well some east-west routes from Victoria Avenue in the east to right downtown, as well as Rochdale running from Rochdale west and terminating, I believe, in the industrial area as well. So we've added more direct routes and reduced our travel times in some cases by 10 or 15 minutes per route. So
was the notion there to try and compete with the car? In other words, if you would have a comparable time to drive or take the bus, was that the goal there? And specifically, does that mean an express route has many less stops? Can I get you to respond to both, please?
Mr. Wanzura?
Your Worship, that is the case to try and reduce travel time, make it more competitive with the automobile. The route design is based on local feeder routes, all from traversing through a neighborhood, getting people to an express terminal so they can go where they need to go across the city.
Thank you. When we speak, Your Worship, of new services, the way I read the map is that we're extending to areas that currently don't have service. Do we have any idea as to perhaps a percentage of the city by population or geographic that we've now extended to that we didn't before? Is that possible to give me some notion there?
Mr. Wanzura?
Your Worship, I'm going to ask some of the transit folks to comment about percent of coverage. What I can tell you is that we do have standards around when we do put service into new areas. We look for about 1,000 population per kilometer to make it effective to move transit into an area. But I'm going to ask Brad Bells or Nathan Looning to comment on the area of coverage, please.
Thanks.
Mr. Bells?
Yeah, the area of coverage that we now have, we're looking at probably an additional 10 to 15% of the area of the city being covered off by transit service that was not covered off before. And that was primarily in the newer residential areas that we see around the exterior of the city.
Good, I like that, thank you. And so that people understand as well about appropriate vehicles, could you describe for me the type of new vehicle that you're looking at?
Mr. Wanzura?
Your Worship, historically we used 40-foot buses that seat a number of passengers. We're moving more towards 30-foot buses. They're about 10,000 kilograms lighter. They burn about 50% less fuel. much more fuel efficient, easier on the roads, and we're looking to use those where appropriate. Much more community feeder routes running through Harbor Landing and some of the newer neighborhoods to pick people up in their neighborhoods, get them to a transfer station, and then on an express road.
I like those small buses.
Yes, good point. So I'm going to comment a couple of ways on this. If you allow me, I'm going to go a little bit beyond the specific new routes that we have here. One, I'd like people to understand that when we were talking about infrastructure nationally, we were talking about transit and cutting commute times. We specifically asked the federal government in the request, not just for infrastructure money for new, for road construction, et cetera, but also for an investment in transit. I want you to understand that they refused that. That $100 million sorry, it was more than 100. No, yes, it was $100 million. Initial request did not go through. There have been many discussions provincially where provincial government initiated the paratransit program and have cut back on funding, and we have repeatedly asked, please consider. So now I'm just going to tell a brief story about transit because I enjoyed very much the delegation today and some of the thoughts that he had. When my wife and I travel, we always use public transit, and recently we had the opportunity to be in Amsterdam. Now, you know very well that Amsterdam is known for bikes. There's 800,000 people that live there, and there are 600,000 bicycles. We used a lot of the tram service, that is the above-ground transit, and we used the buses as well. The first thing that I understood was that when I used the tram system, it was far more expensive than it is in Regina. I forget the exact number because I was living in euros, but I'm going to say it's $55 a week to ride the tram on an unlimited use pass. That would be more than you pay in Regina. Second thing, when I asked some people about that, they said, well, they are trying to encourage bike traffic. And I thought, okay, that makes sense. The third thing, I came across a sign that said, you could buy an underground parking spot. It was $135,000 to buy the parking spot, which led me to ask people about parking. In Amsterdam, when you park on the street, you pay to do that. So on one hand, you buy a vehicle, then you register it, and then you have to buy a parking pass so that you can only park in your area. Again, their notion is to promote other forms of transit, but it comes at a severe cost. I point all of this out for a simple reason. There wasn't a person around this side of the table that didn't knock on doors last fall that didn't find out, fix the roads. And so part of our job here is to balance things. It's about balance. We're probably a long way from getting people to pay for parking in front of their own home. We might be a long ways away from having $130,000 parking spots. But I like the idea that we've extended this to other parts of the city, and there will be an ongoing desire to get other orders of government to help us when we want to try and extend and improve transit. You will also note in the report that staff have indicated that they will be coming forward with some budget deliberations in the future for how we can do some other things. I like what's here. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor Dallin. Councillor Fraser.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I'll keep it quick here. One quick comment and three quick questions. Number one, it should be noted that transit ridership was up 9% last year. That's a really impressive thing, especially that there wasn't a budget increase. There's few cities in Canada that experience that sort of growth in 1 year in a transit system. Three quick questions. I appreciate Mr. Klein's presentation. The one thing he brought up that I think is quite interesting is considering employer incentives. Just wondering if that's been talked about through our downtown parking strategy, or also if it might be something we might consider when City Hall eventually goes under renovations, if we might consider that as a lead employer.
Mr. Wanzura.
Your Worship, I'm going to ask Mr. Bells to comment on the employer pass. What we are looking at is much more flexibility in promotions, using the R card as a viable way to incent people to use the transit system. But on the question of employer passes, Mr. Looney.
Mr. Bells.
Through you, Worship, yes, we do have an employer pass program. We promote it to the downtown companies. I don't have the exact number. It's somewhere in the range of 20 to 25 companies that are in our program.
Okay, great. If I might be able to get some information on that after, that'd be great. Thanks. Second question. A couple of council meetings ago, we were talking about opportunity costs when it comes to parking, and I was just wondering if we have any updates on. I requested a cost fixed to what it costs us for a parking stall in some of the bottleneck areas.
So we're getting close to away from the report itself, which is transit, so that's not to go too far away from the contents of the report. Councillor Fraser.
Okay.
Mr. Carlson, do you have that? information?
Your Worship, just quickly, we took into that question, and that's part of our parking study now. Typically, the cost of a parking stall is in the 35 to 45 range for structured parking, but we'll be looking at all of the opportunity costs.
Okay. Thanks a lot. And one final question. This year we did this route review with a zero budget increase. I think that's an impressive thing that we've seen this growth and all this work done with no added funds. I'm just wondering very briefly, and I'm sure we'll hear more about this when we come to the budget process, but is funding the bottleneck? Like if we want to continue increasing ridership, is funding the main issue? And if we had more funding, what could we expect as a goal for increased ridership? Thanks.
Mr. Wanzura?
Your Worship, I don't think there's an absolute answer to that question, but what I can tell you is that in addition to ridership being up, our cost recovery ratios are also gone up as well. So where we're at a 33% cost recovery ratio, in that fares paid for about 33% of the cost. We're up to about 38%, which is a correspondingly good increase in revenues and cost recovery ratio. It's a bit of like balancing of business. So you make some investments, you improve some ridership, you watch your cost recovery ratio balance a bit, and maybe make some more investments to try and further that along. You will reach a tipping point. I think that the most utilized transit services in North America are around 45% or so, 45, 48%. So that's about the upper end of what you can reasonably expect in North America.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Fraser. Councillor Young?
Thank you, Your Worship. Actually, Councillor Fraser said what I was going to say. I just want to compliment the staff who worked on this plan with this year's budget, with no budget increase. And as we told them at our meeting, we look forward to what they can bring forward during budget time for next year.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Any other questions on the report? I have Councillor Fundura. Can you get your hand up faster, buddy?
Quick run and draw. Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, I'd just like to ask the administration and for the citizens to hear about, because we're going to a smaller bus, shuttle buses. There's usually a concern being asked about, is that smaller bus, the shuttle bus, is going to fit in a wheelchair or a scooter or things like that? Just to make sure everyone's comfortable with that. Could I get an answer, Your Worship?
Mr. Wanzura?
Your Worship, yes, all of our smaller shuttle buses are accessible.
Okay. One more. If someone gets stranded, let's say if we lose one bus that's low floor, we lose one and we need to, and someone is in one end of town and we need to get back home, we have a contingency plan to make sure no one's stranded out there. To you, Your Worship.
Mr. Wanzura?
Your Worship, we have a fleet of about 106 buses right now. We're moving towards having all of them fully accessible by 2016. I think our number of buses at peak hours is high 90s, about 91. So we always have some in reserve, like always have some rolling reserves, so for breakdowns or take them out of service. So if an accessible bus went out of service by 2016, all of our replacement buses would be accessible as well.
Thank you for that. Thank you, Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Fundura. Well, I have two questions, actually. The first one is the downtown transportation study, which is referenced in the report. When would that be finished? When do we expect that to be finished? Mr. Carlson?
Your Worship, that's under review right now, so a final draft from the consultant is in. So we've been consulting with some stakeholders, and that would be coming to Council shortly thereafter with the input from the stakeholders and review by Council.
Sometime this summer?
This summer for sure, yeah.
Okay, thank you for that. A couple of councillors made reference to that there was no budget increase in transit. I know for the last few years there has been added on to the mill rate for bus purchases last couple of years, and I believe it was in 2013 as well. Is that correct, Mr. Wanzura?
Your Worship, that's correct. Part of our fleet replacement strategy is to integrate 0.65% of a mill rate for 5 years, and that will result in the fire and the transit fleets being fully sustainable from here on in.
Thank you. Just to note that we are always investing in our transit system for new equipment. Councillor Flanagan, do you want to close debate?
Just real briefly, was talked about that there's no budget increase. We've increased ridership by 9% prior to this plan. This plan is looking to go and increase by another 5% over and above a zero increase to the budget. So that's another key point. A brief explanation on cost recovery, if I could, just real quickly, on when cost recovery comes in, where you said we're probably 32% now, and maybe we're 32 now, 38. Is that to do with the newer fleet of buses or different efficiencies, or why have we seen an increase in 6 cents or 6%? I guess is the if I could.
Mr. Wanzura?
Your Worship, the capital costs and purchases are not included in that cost recovery ratio, so that's a reflection of increased revenues through past sales, ridership, and usage of the system.
So overall, the whole system is getting better. Thank you. Thank you, and this will be implemented. Oh, sorry, my other comment was that they're looking to go for July 21st, 2013. Is this being implemented, just for those that are unsure of when it was happening? Thank you.
Good point. I'll call the question on the report. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We will now move on to our next round of delegations on the comprehensive housing strategy. The first delegation is D13-51, Colin Stewart. Good evening, Mr. Stewart. If you could identify yourself, who you represent. You have 10 minutes for your presentation. There may be questions of members of council afterwards.
Good evening, Your Worship, members of City Council and Administration. My name is Colin Stewart, and I represent myself. I would like to speak to you this evening about Regina's comprehensive housing strategy. To be honest, the report before you has addressed most of my concerns. The report recommends ways that the city can foster development of affordable housing, and there are some exceptionally good ideas there. It addresses and recommends solutions to the condition of many inner-city properties that are substandard. It even recommends working with senior levels of government to resolve our current housing crisis. If this report is adopted and the recommendations within are carried out, I see good things for our fair city. The one concern that I have is in the definition of affordable housing, and this is what I want to discuss with you. The report seems to assume that the vast majority of people requiring housing in Regina would be approved for a mortgage of $255,000. It assumes that they would be approved with an interest rate of 5.5%. It assumes that the vast majority of Regina residents can afford a rent payment of approximately $900 per month. What this report does not seem to acknowledge is that the people who are most affected by our current housing crisis earn minimum wage, or even though they make a decent wage, they work part-time. This report allows us to set a purchase price of $255,000 or a rental rate of $897 and to declare that we have met our target, while the very people most affected by the crisis still cannot afford to purchase or rent these units. We need to acknowledge that the criteria noted in this report does work for Saskatchewan Housing Corporation. The reason it works is that Sask Housing subsidizes the residents' rent based on maximums noted in the report. Those who cannot afford the maximum are charged a lesser rate based on their income. Using their thresholds for a fixed rate will not, in my opinion, solve our housing crisis. All it will do is make us feel good because we have done something. The City of Regina would do better to lobby the provincial government to allow private developers to partner with Saskatchewan Housing. The developer would construct and operate housing units, and Saskatchewan Housing would subsidize monthly rental costs. We should not put all of our eggs in one basket, though. The housing strategy should be balanced to include both subsidized and non-subsidized housing. It should also take advantage of existing housing stock and update substandard housing. In this, everybody wins. The province does not have to build and maintain new housing units. The city can honestly say we have done our part by providing the tax incentives recommended in the report. Tenants win because there are more housing units on the market that are affordable to them. The tenant wins because, with an increase in subsidized housing stock, qualifications can be relaxed so that a broader range of tenants could qualify for subsidized housing. Landlords win because they can reduce rents while still covering the cost of maintaining housing units. While the report does include assistance for existing rental units, I couldn't help but notice that it only includes substandard housing. I do not recall seeing any assistance for current landlords who operate well-maintained properties but would like to reduce their rent. I wonder, could we expand the recommended tax incentives to include existing stock that is rented at reduced rates? I know some landlords would not reduce their rent for anything, but I'm sure there are also landlords who would like to reduce their rent, but are unable to because the burden of property tax, mortgage payments, repairs, maintenance, and so forth requires them to charge market value for their property. One thing I noticed in the report was the concept of partnership. It talks about a partnership between the city and the province and the federal government. Two other partnerships to consider would be between the city and landlords and the province. I noticed in the report that there is mention of a body intended to oversee housing in Regina. I hope that this body will have access to existing programs offered by the province. I hope they will be a resource center for both landlords and tenants, and will be tasked with assisting both in accessing provincial programs. I also hope they will be tasked with connecting landlords and tenants with their respective associations. It is my opinion that if the report in its present form is amended to include what I have suggested, that we will be able to go a long way towards solving the housing crisis we now face. The report as it is will make inroads, but as I have said, I'm not convinced that it goes far enough. I would ask you to please consider adopting these amendments. Thank you. I will now welcome any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart, for your presentation. Are there questions of the delegation? Councillor Flagel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks for coming forward. Just a quick question. Have you talked to the provincial government and your MLAs and any of the MPs in the federal government regarding this letter and submission you just put forward?
I have not, no. However, I did, during the election, speak with the MLA in part of Ward 7, and he did make me aware that there are programs available.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Other questions? You can return to the gallery and we'll now consider our next delegation. D13-52, Mr. Brian Black. Good evening, Mr. Black. If you could identify yourself, who you represent, and you have 10 minutes for your presentation. There may be questions afterwards.
Yes, good evening. Brian Black. I'm representing the Hillsdale Community Association. Your Worship, Mayor Fougere, City Councillors, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Brian Black, and I've owned and resided in my home at 6 Newland Street since May 1980. I'm at your meeting to provide a response to the recently released comprehensive housing strategy and the evaluation by City administration as to what strategies should be implemented. I'm speaking on behalf of friends and family in our city and neighbours that reside in the Hillsdale and Whitmore Park communities. The main item that I'm here to talk about is the proposed recommendation in this housing strategy that the City administration should attempt to encourage more city residents to commence turning their primary residences into rooming houses to provide more affordable rental accommodation in Regina. Rooming houses are defined as a private dwelling in which rooms are rented for living or staying temporarily, and individuals share a kitchen and sometimes a bathroom. In the consultant's recommendation, there is Strategy 15, foster the creation of temporary rental housing and rooming houses, single-room occupancies. The City administration has declared a yes for this strategy and further recommends the best method for studying and identifying appropriate areas for rooming houses will need to be decided, as well as the criteria to consider as a permitted use. If deemed necessary by a study, a revision to the zoning bylaw could expand the areas where rooming houses are permitted. In addition, the consultant had recommended in Strategy 1 using capital incentives to encourage house owners to establish additional rooming house and single-room occupancies by providing them with $5,000 per bed and 100% tax exemption for 5 years. Before the City spends any of its valuable resources on entertaining this proposal, I would suggest that a very important element has been overlooked by the consultant and the administration. The important element is that rooming and boarding houses are also defined as a business operation by various acts and bylaws. First of all, by the Canadian Income Tax Act, and accordingly, individuals operating these businesses are required to report their income as a business rather than the rental of real property. Refer to the Canada Revenue Agency Guide T4002, Business and Professional Income. The provincial act that governs businesses operating in city municipalities is known as the Cities Act, and correspondingly, Regina City Council has enacted Bylaw 2006-86, the Licensing Bylaw 2007, Under Section 8.1 of the bylaw, it states that a person shall not carry on a resident business or a non-resident business unless that person has a valid and subsisting license issued by the city. Plus, Section 15.1 of the bylaw states that a license will not be issued under this bylaw for any business or premise occupied by a business which does not conform to any other law made or administered by the city, including zoning, building, or plumbing standards. Also contained in this bylaw is a stipulation that home-based businesses follow certain conditions. Some of the important considerations before a business license would be granted are, first of all, the combined floor area of all space used for the home-based business in the dwelling not occupy more than 25% of the total floor area. 2, parking is limited to no more than one business vehicle for which off-street parking is provided. 3, does not alter the exterior of the property. Or 4, affect the residential character of the neighborhood. Discussion with the city clerk about business licenses for rooming houses resulted in the advisement that they are only granted for a couple of zones in the city that allows them. Otherwise, they are regarded as illegal. From my experience, and also those of my local friends and neighbors, the city is not enforcing the tenets of its bylaws in regards to the many rooming house businesses that are already operating all over the city. Check the local internet sites. You'll likely be surprised how many there are. An example of the situation is a house of about 1,500 square feet on the main level, and the same in the basement that was bought for almost $350,000 across the street from me in the summer of 2011, and then promptly converted into a rooming house by various family members that had pooled their monies and bought the house for their recently immigrated parents to live in. The elderly parents live in the house with 8 other roomers. The roomers are paying an average of $500 per room per month, generating a revenue for this family group of $4,000 per month, close to $50,000 per year. The house is not in the acceptable zoning area of the city, according to the city's bylaw 9250. I have attached table 5.1 from the bylaw indicating the permitted use of various land zones. I live in zone R1, residential detached, and the table indicates that no rooming houses are allowed to exist in it, even though the planning department has been advised of this 5 months ago. They allow it to continue to operate. My wife and I, plus our neighbors, have told them of all of our concerns, plus we provided them with internet evidence of the rooming house advertisements, plus photographs of the significant number of vehicles parked on our street. They state in the last letter that we received in early April 2013 that it is not clear to the city that the property is being used contrary to city bylaw. As such, an investigation into the land use will proceed. A month has gone by, the illegal rooming house continues to operate, and nothing has changed except our increasing anger and frustration with the city administration. If I refer to the stipulations that I outlined previously for home-based businesses to be granted a license, I will provide examples of how this rooming house violates those limitations. First of all, the entire basement of the house has been converted into separate numbered rooms with a central kitchen and bathroom. The one window for the entire basement is too small to escape through if there was a fire. The main floor living room has been divided into 2 rooms, with one rented, plus 2 other pre-existing rooms rented. Close to 75% of the house is used for the business. Secondly, almost every roomer has a vehicle and they park them on and off the street. Sometimes they park their vehicles on both sides of the street, and other vehicles traveling down the street cannot proceed because there's not sufficient room between them. Sometimes the roomer's vehicle's plates expire and they leave them on the street for months without moving them. Graders or street cleaners cannot adequately clear away snow or debris. Thirdly, the exterior of the house has been altered due to the significant number of vehicles that are parked either on or off the street for months, and they pile up with snow or dust. They also park off the driveway and part of the lawn, creating deep ruts when the ground is soft. The added garbage generated does not fit into the city's garbage container, and the loose refuse blows around the yard and the street. Fourthly, the residential character of our neighborhood is being impacted by this business operation. Strangers and roomers come and go from this property at all hours of the day. They impact the traffic flow on the street and the enjoyment of our residential area. Our property values are negatively impacted when they are adjacent to these businesses because sellers will be less likely to receive the actual market value from buyers, and the property will take longer to sell because it is in a less desirable neighborhood. Another aspect of the comprehensive housing strategy that we're concerned about is Regulatory Strategy 4. It proposes to allow the city administration, where they deem appropriate to an area, to have the authority to facilitate or spot zone smaller sites or parcels of land within residential or mixed-use zones to accommodate affordable housing projects. Our concern is that instead of the rooming houses in our neighborhood being illegal, they could spot zone the land to allow them to operate. This is not acceptable in our residential communities. Recommendations. First of all, do not entertain the idea of expanding the number of zones where rooming houses are allowed, especially in residential zoned areas. Secondly, do not approve Strategy 4 until it has been modified, giving the City Planning Department the authority to independently determine what rezoning they want to impose within residential zones is a risky precedent.
Mr. Black, you have 1 minute to go.
Okay. Thirdly, have city personnel determine the locations throughout the city where rooming houses are operating and have the owners apply for business licenses or receive financial penalties outlined in the zoning bylaw. Lastly, enforce the sections in the zoning bylaw that prohibit the operation of these types of accommodation outside of the sanctioned zones. The city's bylaws have to be followed in regards to the administration of rooming house businesses to be able to preserve the residential character and safety of our communities. It is readily apparent right now that they are not being regulated and will have a long-term negative impact. If the city encourages these rooming house businesses and supports them with tax exemptions and other financial assistance, as suggested in the consultant's report, it is highly probable that over time fewer houses will become available to families that would like to discontinue renting and purchase a home. This is because houses in higher demand areas will be regarded as being cash cows.
Mr. Black, I'm going to have to stop you. That's your 10 minutes. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation.
Yes.
We do have members of council with questions. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Mr. Black. Your Worship, Mr. Black has presented this evening, but he's also presented in the past. And I want to thank him for the research and background that he's done and how he's shared that with other people who have concerns about this area. And I have a question for him. What specific tools, and you have just mentioned a list of them, and unfortunately that paper didn't, the last page of your report didn't come through.
I brought an extra paper for you.
Okay, thank you, because I didn't see that.
Yeah, I noticed it was missing off the website.
And this may be asking you to repeat some of that, but what would be the top 2 or 3 tools that you think the city should look at for regulating something like rooming houses or single room occupancies?
Well, I guess it's not really up to me to tell the city what to do, although I've kind of hinted at that here in my brief tonight. I think the city has made some progress since I initially contacted them 5 months ago about this situation. They've set up a team of people from various branches within the city, and I got to commend them for doing that. I know this is a difficult issue because there is a high demand for housing in the city, yes. And we have to sort of be patient with, I guess, a transition from not being, a real high demand area to being one that's really highly demanded. But I would suggest that the city look at certainly enforcing its bylaws, especially when it comes to interfering with some of the things that are going on in the city that I've outlined here with parking issues. And I feel that that's one of the lots of neighbors in my area have commented since I wrote something in the paper that they were not even driving down our street in that direction. They went the opposite direction. So the parking aspect is important. I think they have to enforce that more closely for 24-hour parking and the abundance of parking that does occur with these rooming houses. I would be interested in meeting with some of the city officials if they want to discuss this further, and I don't want to take up too much of your time tonight, but I feel that it is something that it needs to be addressed, and hopefully we can come up with some better policy with our housing strategy that's being developed here in the city.
Thank you, Mr. Black.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Other questions of the delegation? Thank you very much for your presentation. Very thoughtful. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
We have another delegation, D13-53, Peter Gilmer. Good evening, Mr. Gilmer. You know the spiel here. Just say who you represent. You have 10 minutes for your presentation, and then maybe questions of members of council afterwards.
Thank you. I'm Peter Gilmer, and I'm with the Regina Anti-Poverty Ministry. And on behalf of the Regina Anti-Poverty Ministry, I'm here to suggest some additions to the City of Regina's comprehensive housing strategy. The Regina Anti-Poverty Ministry is a social justice ministry of Wascana Presbytery of the United Church of Canada. We have a mandate to do individual advocacy for low-income people, public education on poverty issues, and promote social policies that would help eliminate poverty. The Anti-Poverty Ministry works out of a human rights perspective, with a particular focus on the United Nations Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. This covenant, along with the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, clearly states that adequate housing is a basic human right that all people are entitled to. We are here because this right is not being met. The biggest growth in our individual advocacy casework since 2006 has come in the areas of rental coverage, availability, and conditions, as the crisis of a lack of affordable housing for low-income people has continued to intensify. Regina's rental vacancy rate is 1% and has been at or below this rate for the past 4 years. This is the lowest vacancy rate of major cities in Canada and is far below the 3% vacancy rate that the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation, CMHC, considers to be a balanced rental market. Between 2006 and 2010, average rent went up by 43%. The past 3 years have seen an additional 20% increase. In 2010, the last year for which figures are available, over 3,400 people used Regina Emergency Service or Shelter Services. If the hidden homeless, those who are couch surfing in overcrowded accommodations or living rough, are factored in, it is estimated that this number would double. Behind these statistics is tremendous human misery that we encounter in our office every day. We must consider what is needed to make this a truly comprehensive housing strategy that benefits all Regina citizens. First of all, we need to ensure that we maintain the traditional CMHC definition of affordable housing as not exceeding 30% of household income. Housing cannot be considered affordable just because it is at or below average market rent. Skyrocketing rents in recent years have meant that average market rent is far beyond the means of the people that we work with. We believe that there needs to be a priority given to social housing, where rent is geared to income. We commend the consultant's recommendation of increasing capital incentives for affordable housing from $10,000 to $15,000 per unit, but believe that this should be increased further for those units which are truly affordable under the traditional CMHC definition. Along with other housing advocates, we request that developers be required to include affordable housing in their plans or pay a fee into an affordable housing account. Also, in conjunction with our community partners, we are calling on City Council to invest all revenue derived from the development or sale of city-owned land to go into social housing. Long before the rental availability crisis, Regina faced the problem of having many substandard, ill-maintained rental properties. The tight rental market has meant that tenants are now in an extremely vulnerable position when it comes to addressing rental conditions because their options are so limited. There is a need for rental unit licensing and/or a rental unit inspection program to ensure explicit quality standards for all rental properties. You have heard us present many times on the need to deny all condominium conversion applications when the citywide vacancy rate is below 3%. We believe that this standard should also be upheld for residential demolition permits to ensure that we maintain all the affordable rental units possible. Along with calling on the provincial government to provide more resources for social housing, we also ask that you join us in lobbying for rent control legislation. At present, the only regulations involve how frequently rents can be increased. What is needed is control on how much rents can be increased in a given year. Rental increases have caused tremendous hardship for many low-income people, and we believe tenants need protection. At present, 80% of Canadians live in jurisdictions with some form of rent controls, and they are not dealing with the same availability crisis that we are. The Anti-Poverty Ministry has always identified adequate income security benefits as a top social policy priority. We have pushed for increased shelter allowances and rental supplements, and we will continue to do so. There are, however, many other basic needs that income security benefits should be meeting, rather than largely ending up in the hands of private landlords. Rent controls combined with social housing would lead us in the direction of being better able to ensure all basic needs could be met. Surely a reasonable accommodation can be reached between property owners, tenants, and the province regarding limits on rental increases. Generally, those with wealth and power can defend their own interests, but all levels of government have a vital responsibility to protect those who cannot. In conclusion, I would like to renew our call for inclusion in the Mayor's Housing Summit at no cost for everyone who has given a presentation on housing to a meeting of City Council in recent years, as well as a representation of people directly affected by Regina's housing crisis. We all want to be part of the solution. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you, Mr. Gilmer, for your presentation. Are there any questions? Oh, there appear there are none. Thank you very much for your presentation. You can return to the gallery, and we will have the next delegation, D 1354, Nicholas Olson. Good evening, Mr. Olson. If you could identify yourself, who you represent. You have 10 minutes for your presentation. There may be questions afterwards.
Hello, my name is Nicholas Olson. I'm the Frontline Support Manager at Carmichael Outreach. We at Carmichael teamed up with some other organizations and nonprofits in Regina, such as Regina Anti-Poverty Network, Project People, Making Peace Vigil, Regina Anti-Poverty Ministry, and the Queen City Tenants Association to come up with a document we call Roof Ready Regina, a more comprehensive housing strategy. In it, we highlight several strategies that we as the community organizations feel are imperative to add to the proposed housing strategy in order to properly represent all populations in Regina, thus making the current comprehensive strategy truly comprehensive. At Carmichael, in dealing with those who are most severely affected by the housing crisis on a daily basis, we've noticed that several things could be improved upon in the strategy to benefit all populations. First of all, we ask that the Made in Regina definition of affordable rental housing, defined in the comprehensive housing strategy as housing with rents at or below average market rent, be changed to coincide with the definition provided by the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation, or CMHC. Using the market price as the indicator or marker does not at all ensure affordability. The CMHC definition states that the cost of adequate shelter should not exceed 30% of household income. Housing which costs less than this is considered affordable. Using a Made in Regina definition will leave many citizens behind. For example, the hourly wage required to afford the average cost of a Regina bachelor apartment is $13 an hour, something a cashier or sales clerk working full-time at the average rate cannot afford. A single non-journeyman carpenter making the Saskatchewan average of $15.40 an hour cannot afford to live in a one-bedroom apartment in Regina. In order to properly afford a three-bedroom apartment in Regina, a person must make $23 an hour working full-time. A single unemployable person on Saskatchewan assistance gets a shelter allowance of $459 per month, which does not come close to the $633 average cost of a bachelor apartment. A family with 5 or more children on Saskatchewan assistance can barely afford to pay rent on a one-bedroom apartment in Regina. These statistics are based on numbers from the Saskatchewan Wage Survey of 2011, conducted by the Government of Saskatchewan, Saskatchewan Assistant Rates October 2012, and the CMHC Fall 2012 Rental Market Report. Although average wages in Saskatchewan are at an all-time high, using a CMHC definition for affordable housing shows that many full-time employed citizens can't afford to pay average rental costs. basing the affordable housing portions of the housing strategy on a proper definition prevents equal and effective decisions to be made for those urgently affected by the housing crisis. Secondly, with the limited resources that a city has in development of housing, affordable or not, we ask that more be done with incentives, programs, policies, and bylaws. We would ask that the city require developers to include affordable housing in their plans, or alternatively, to pay into an affordable housing account or inclusionary fund, run and managed by the city and nonprofit developers. Similar practices have been in place in Montreal since 2005, which functions similar to density bonusing. The City of Montreal strongly encourages developers who build over 200 units to include 30% social housing, or if social units are impossible to accommodate, that the developer can offer land, buildings, or financial compensation to the inclusionary fund. Housing groups in Montreal have suggested that this process will not slow overall development at all, but rather deter gentrification, encourage proper proportions of housing in all neighborhoods by community-minded developers, and encourage social mix in all neighborhoods as well. Targeting developments that require important zoning changes and developments that rely on municipal or government land is important to best use the city's assets and jurisdiction. Third, we ask that special needs and supportive housing be given special consideration by the city, and that they work with existing subsidized housing providers to look into for opportunities. Carmichael Outreach works with the people most difficult to house in Regina. Many face one or more barriers to find housing, including addictions, mental illness, poverty, racism, and a less than ideal past rental history. Further, we house a position to help find housing for people living with HIV/AIDS, as many of those diagnosed with name homelessness or precarious housing as one of the main barriers to improving their health and adhering to their medication regimen. This is an increasingly important issue considering the fact that Saskatchewan has the highest rates of HIV/AIDS in the country. It is almost impossible to find housing for these people within the current housing market. Housing first models, where people are given a home as the first step and then programming and outreach is offered second, has been a successful approach to getting and keeping people housed, but it must be done in such a way that support is ongoing and constant. It is for this reason that we ask the City of Regina to actively pursue supportive housing opportunities, as well as projects that subscribe to a housing first model as an effective means of housing the difficult to house. We believe that these requests, as well as the remaining requests on the Roof Ready Regina document, are reasonable, attainable, and achievable goals for the City of Regina to ensure all populations are properly represented with adequate forms of housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Olson, for your presentation. We have members of council who have questions. Councillor Bryce.
Thank you very much for your presentation. You mentioned the shelter allowance by the provincial government. Have you contacted the provincial government and the MLAs to discuss this with them and ask for an increase that would be sufficient to assist with appropriate housing for people?
Personally, I have not. However, I know people in our organization at Carmichael have, and other organizations that we have written this Roof Ready Regina document with have also contacted the province through their MLAs regarding that situation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Other questions? Councillor Fraser.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for the presentation. I'm just wondering, you mentioned about the inclusionary fund in Montreal. Can you elaborate on that if you know more or not?
As far as I know, it's not right now a bylaw. It's just strongly encouraged by the City of Montreal, and I think it's specifically for large developments which they deem as over 200 units. And I believe that they strongly encourage the developers to allot 30% of the 200 for social housing. I think they break it down into 15% social housing and 15% affordable housing, and I'm not sure exactly what the difference is. I think social housing might kind of fall into the category of supportive housing or of things of that nature. And if they can't because of neighborhood, because of whatever other reasons they can't adhere to the 30%, then they either pay into a fund or, as I said, give land or available buildings. There has been concerns raised by some housing groups in Montreal that the money that's given to the city is just siphoned into the general funds and not used towards affordable housing, which is why I suggested that if this were an option, the inclusionary fund would kind of be looked over by city and nonprofit developers as well.
Thanks.
Councillor Flegel.
Thank you. Just a quick question. You brought up a thing with the Montreal, if I could, Mr. Mayor. If we had the opportunity to build 200 units, where would you want to put them?
Specifically, that was Montreal's case. I figured for Regina, having a smaller number in that case would probably be more beneficial to ensure that affordable housing gets done, because 200 units, I'm not sure what a building with 200 units would look like, but I would assume that's a massive building. So I figured that number could be scaled down for a Regina case.
If I could, Mr. Mayor, does your plan have location as to if you did let's go with a 60-unit apartment in the criteria you're looking for? Is there a specific area that you and your group have deemed as maybe possible?
You mean in Regina specifically?
Yeah.
We haven't talked that far about this specific plan. We've just kind of got this information recently to bring up to you guys to show that there is precedent, that it has been done in the past. I know in Montreal it's done specifically to they call them boroughs or communities, I think we would compare them as, so that for example, if the building was built in Cathedral, then they couldn't build affordable housing just in Lakeview or something like that. They are built specifically, depending on where the building is built, that's where the affordable housing or fund would go to directly.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Flegel. Any other questions of the delegation? I have one. It relates to the team you said has been put together. Several organizations have come forward with a strategy. You may have answered this question already, but I'll ask it again so I'm clear. Has Carmichael or other groups talked to the province about the issues in this report? Because several of the points you make here really are under provincial responsibility. Have you talked to the province about this?
We just came up with this document maybe within the last month, specifically for the housing strategy and specifically for this council meeting. So these specific points that I brought up have not been brought up within the last month by us or anyone on the committee as far as I know, but they have been brought up in the past by other committees, not myself.
As far as you know, will you be bringing it up in the future, though?
Definitely.
Okay. Good. Any other questions of the delegation? You can return to the gallery and we'll consider our next report. Next delegation is Linda McKenzie. Good afternoon, Ms. McKenzie. If you can identify yourself, who you represent. You as well have 10 minutes for your presentation, and there may be questions from members of council afterwards.
Thank you. My name is Linda McKenzie, and I'm here representing myself. And I will apologize for the quality of the document I sent you. Mine isn't much better. Thank you as a council for providing this opportunity to bring forward my concerns about the comprehensive housing strategy and the associated administrative recommendations. I have included in my remarks points taken directly from the public documents available on the Design Regina website, including the background review report, which I've put in as BRR. You were attentive and gracious to me when I addressed you at the March 27th Executive Committee meeting on this same subject. I feel just as strongly now as I did then. I've also read an enormous amount of planning-related material in the past month and driven around Ward 9. Briefly, here are my concerns. Lack of public consultation. The SHS consultants state on page 7 of that should be BRR, Background Review Report, consultation took place throughout the 5 stages of the study. No public consultation is mentioned or considered in any of the 5 stages. Stakeholder consultants, and staff are the only sources referred to in the document. Page 14 of the same document clearly states the Province of Saskatchewan's Planning and Development Act 2007 is meant to ensure that the public has meaningful input before planning decisions are made and that decision makers are accountable. I do not believe that this stakeholder consultation process satisfies the ministerial responsibility to ensure that the duty to consult requirements are met. non-elected, hand-picked, and sworn to secrecy stakeholders, out-of-province consultants, and city staff are not the public. Second point, inconsistent and or non-existent bylaw support and application. An excerpt taken from the National Building Code of Canada 2010 in the same report, page 21, indicates that the National Building Code provides minimum requirements with regard to fire protection, public health, accessibility, and structural sufficiency that should be incorporated into a building at the time of original construction. It typically does not apply once a building is occupied. This brings up an example of the biggest obstacle to implementing the comprehensive housing strategy as it stands. The city bylaws and the planning priorities expressed in the comprehensive housing strategy are only applied to new development and construction. To the credit of the planning department, they do this very well. The Greens on Gardner pilot project is a well-planned, attractively designed development. It would, I think, be welcome in any neighborhood. The developer should also be congratulated for their innovative design. Older established neighborhoods do not get this kind of attention or consideration. Bylaws and standards for alterations to existing structures are not clear in the case of secondary suites, not enforced in the case of rooming houses, or non-existent in the case of single-room occupancies. All three of these housing options are key recommendations in the comprehensive housing strategy for providing higher density, affordable housing. With the appropriate bylaws and standards in place, it is certainly possible to allow or encourage conversions of single-family dwellings to multi-family housing without changing the building footprint or character of the existing structure. Increasing housing density in this way also respects the character of the neighborhood. In my neighborhood, Cathedral, single-room occupancies have been providing affordable housing for decades. Many of the large homes near 13th Avenue have been converted to suites with no negative impact on the surrounding area. That is thanks to the owners and developers more than the planning department. There are also some awful examples of additions or secondary suites that are in clear violation of the existing development standards. As well as being eyesores, they affect the property values of their immediate neighbors. Approval for this kind of development has been done on a piecemeal basis. Continuing to allow this process of zoning changes will only undermine community support for the comprehensive housing strategy and the planning and development process. To suggest that the comprehensive housing strategies be adopted and implemented without consulting the residents regarding the required bylaw changes is not reasonable or fair. Bylaws, not high-level policy documents, are what put principles into action. It is at this level that public participation is most desired and effective. Allowing fast-tracking or accelerated zoning and development approval without the supporting bylaws clearly understood and trusted by both developers and residents will only result in acrimonious public presentations directly to council or its agencies and frustrating expensive delays for developers. Action requested. I am asking you as a council to delay the implementation strategy of the comprehensive housing strategy and to direct the planning department to develop a public consultation process for the specific communities identified in the Regina Development Plan. Bylaw number 7877, parts B to M. This will allow the planning department to present their proposed bylaw changes and address any local concerns. The policies and strategies in the comprehensive housing strategy and the official community plan will affect every citizen, taxpayer, neighborhood, and community. We deserve to be consulted as required by provincial legislation. Ongoing community consultation and education are required before bylaw changes of this magnitude are considered. Planning documents that are meant to reflect a shared community vision cannot be imposed by administrative fiat. I think a process similar to the one that the previous council used for the skateboard park issue would be an ideal format. Despite the wide variety of opinions and support for the site, size, and design of the proposed development at that time, once all the voices were heard, the final decision was accepted with little or no opposition. It is a process and a finished project that we can all be proud of. I trust that it will be equally effective for the comprehensive housing strategy bylaw review consultation process. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. McKenzie. There's no clapping, please, in the gallery. Thank you, Mr. McKenzie, for your presentation. And there's questions from Council. Councillor Fraser.
Thank you, through Mr. Mayor. Yeah, thanks for your presentation, for your time and attention to this issue. I know you're able to attend one of the, or at least one of the sessions, public consultation sessions on the 18th of April. Just wondering if you could speak to that experience, or if you have anything else to add beyond that. But
well, I did attend it. It's too brief and too limited. And I understand that the format was done so that the results could come back to this council. But I felt that the frustration that I felt was the same that the frustration I'm sure the people, especially Ms. Harlock, who is wonderfully gracious about the whole thing. I think the negative feedback is because people are tired of hearing about the policy document. I support this housing document. In fact, I want it to be the basis of how we go ahead. My concern is that those 3 housing strategies I mentioned are in the plan, and although the Design Regina people have taken the opposition, there's nowhere for us to have input when we feel that, as far as I'm concerned, the only kind of development my area can get is the only one that's allowed under the bylaws. And that's going to involve losing public open spaces like the present Connaught school site, or park or recreation areas for purpose-built affordable housing, higher density. And I would like to see us expand those options, not narrow them, because we cannot come up with appropriate bylaws to fulfill it. I would like to say that in terms of those sessions, and I would like the opportunity to say, for however much it's appeared I'm criticizing the plan, that is not my intention. I think the consultants' background review report and their rationale and recommendations have all of the concerns that I have. I didn't feel there was time for me to ask how that would be implemented at those April 18th sessions, and that's what I'd really like to be involved in.
okay, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Fraser. Other questions? I have one. In terms of process, would you feel more comfortable if there is a formal review process every 2 to 3 years on this process to see where we're at with this, including when we bring bylaws forward? Would that be helpful?
Your Worship, it would be, but I think it's more important to have input into the bylaws that are developed. I'm concerned, Your Worship, that 3 years from now we still won't have any allowance for affordable housing in terms of bylaws for single-room occupancy or secondary suites that will, the current ones, I think, are simply not adequate. I do agree that reviewing them is a good idea, but I think establishing them is the most important to get that into play as a quick win.
you're aware that in the implementation phase, the Rural bylaws will come forward, and there's public discussion at that time.
I'm not aware. Is there a process for public consultation with those bylaws? I'm not aware of that.
Well, all bylaws must come to City Council for approval.
Oh, I mean related to the implementation strategy, or
Yes.
or is that separately?
Yes.
Yes.
That's at that point. Are you aware of that process?
I'm aware that when bylaws are amended, I'm talking about public consultation in the preparation for the criteria for those bylaws being developed. I am aware of the bylaw review process, yes.
Okay, good. Thank you very much. No other questions? Thank you for that. You can return to the gallery. We'll move to the next delegation. Thank you for your presentation. Next is Florence Stratton. Good evening, Ms. Stratton. If you could state your name, who you represent, and you have 10 minutes for your presentation, and we may have questions afterwards.
My name is Florence Stratton. I participate in the Making Peace Vigil. Regina's affordable housing crisis, 5 key facts. Number 1, the rental vacancy rate in Regina is 1%, the lowest in the country. A 3% vacancy rate is considered the minimum for a healthy rental market. Regina's vacancy rate has been at or below 1% since 2008. Number 2, in 2010, the last year for which figures are available, over 3,400 people used Regina's shelter services. Number 3, today the city's shelters are filled to capacity. Number 4, the average monthly rent for a 2-bedroom apartment in Regina is $979, hardly affordable for many working Reginans. A full-time minimum wage worker cannot even afford a 1-bedroom apartment. Number 5, in March 2013, tenants of a Cathedral area apartment block received notice that their rent was going up by 77%. It took a public outcry to make the landlord reconsider. Comprehensive housing strategy. In a bid to address Regina's housing crisis, in December 2011, City Council dispensed $100,000 for the development of a comprehensive housing strategy. Released on March 22, 2013, the report will be the center of the Mayor's upcoming 2-day housing summit. If acted on, will the strategies recommended in the report solve Regina's housing crisis? Housing strategy principles. Some of the principles on which the comprehensive housing strategy is based are impressive. These include an adequate supply of well-built and well-maintained housing serving the full range of residents' incomes and needs is vital to the interests of the city. All residents should have a safe, secure, affordable, and well-maintained home. The primary focus on helping people who are homeless or at risk of homelessness is to quickly access safe, affordable, and stable housing. All housing in Regina should be maintained and operated in a good and safe state of repair. Policy and resources of government should be aimed at areas where there are gaps in the private market's ability to address housing needs, namely the needs of low and moderate income households and the needs of homeless individuals should be prioritized. Does the comprehensive housing strategy live up to these principles? Valuable recommendations. The report contains a number of valuable recommendations. These include, number 2, leverage the city's land assets to increase the supply of rental, affordable, and special needs housing. In fact, until the rental vacancy rate rises to 3%, all revenue derived from the sale or development of city-owned land should be put into social housing. Number 9, advocate to federal and provincial governments for additional support for rental, affordable, and special needs housing. Numbers 10 to 14. This set of recommendations concerns the retention and repair of existing housing stock. As the report states, much of Regina's rental housing is, quote, in need of major repair. Although the report does not use the term rental unit licensing, it strongly suggests it as the answer to the problem. Problems with the comprehensive housing strategy. Problem number 1, the definition of affordable rental housing. The report uses a Made in Regina definition of affordable rental housing, quote, housing with rents at or below average market rent. As I said earlier, the average monthly rent for a two-bedroom apartment in Regina is $979, hardly affordable for many Reginans. The report's use of this Made in Regina definition undermines its credibility. It also makes a laughingstock of the city of Regina. Folks in other jurisdictions reading the report will not take us seriously. If we genuinely wish to address Regina's affordable rental housing crisis, we must use the standard Canadian Mortgage and Housing Corporation definition of affordability. Quote, the cost of adequate shelter should not exceed 30% of household income. Problem number 2, recommendations relying on the private housing market. Many of the recommended strategies rely on the private housing market to solve Regina's housing crisis. As the report itself admits, the market does not work for, quote, low and moderate income households or homeless individuals. Problem number 3, missing strategies. There are a number of valuable strategies that are not included in the report. A more comprehensive housing strategy for Regina would include the following strategies. Number 1, use the Canadian Mortgage and Housing Corporation's definition of affordable housing. The cost of adequate shelter should not exceed 30% of household income. Number 2, require developers to include affordable housing in their plans or pay a fee into an affordable housing account. Invest all revenue derived from the development or sale of city-owned lands in social housing when the rental vacancy rate is below 3%. Number 4, raise the requirement for the conversion of rental properties to condominiums from a rental vacancy rate of 2% to a rental vacancy rate of 3%. Number 5, deny applications for demolition permits when the rental vacancy rate is below 3%. Toronto has had such a bylaw since 2007. Regina cannot afford to lose any more rental units. Number 6, seize abandoned and boarded up houses. Winnipeg has such a use it or lose it bylaw. Prince Albert City Council is currently considering adopting it. Repair seized units and convert them into social housing. Number 7, introduce rental unit licensing. Number 8, work with subsidized housing providers to develop more special needs and supportive housing. Number 9, pressure the provincial government to pass rent control legislation. The strategies I have just listed have the following characteristics. They are, in the main, practical and concrete. A number of these strategies already operate in other constituencies, hence there are models to adopt or adapt. Many of these strategies would cost the city little or nothing to implement. Indeed, some of them would bring in revenue that could be used for social housing. Finally, each of these strategies will directly help to address Regina's affordable housing crisis. Taken together, they will have an enormous impact. Please incorporate these strategies into the city's comprehensive housing strategy.
Thank you, Ms. Stratton, for your presentation. Are there questions of the delegation? Councillor Fraser.
Great. Thank you, through Mr. Mayor. Thank you for your care and attention to this issue and for your presentation. You had a chance to attend the public hearing or consultations on April 18th?
Yes, I did.
Okay, just wondering if you have any feedback about your experience, if you felt it went well, or thanks.
Well, I would perhaps rather make a comment on or ask a few questions about the administrative responses to the comprehensive housing strategy public consultations. I didn't find that very satisfactory. The comments to which the administration has responded are, in my view, not very representative of the public feedback, and in some cases seem to have been selected to make citizens look stupid or ill-informed. A couple of examples. Number 3 states, why is the city not considering rent control? It's Appendix D I'm referring to, if anybody wants to know. Okay, so number 3 states, why is the city not considering rent control? The real question concerning rent control is this: will the city put pressure on the provincial government to implement rent control? That's the question many of us who participated in the public consultations want the administration to respond to. And I myself asked that question, and I'm sure others did too. Another example is number 19. Why do we continue to convert apartments into condos? The real question here is, as it appeared in at least one of the feedback forms, why not use the standard 3% vacancy rate rule for approving condo conversions? And what is the administrative response to that question?
Mr. Fraser?
Thanks. Yeah.
Thank you. It's good. Any other questions of the delegation?
Thank you, Your Worship. Ms. Stratton, you mentioned in your main submission, and again in your answer to your question to Councillor Fraser, that you thought that one strategy would be for the city to put pressure on the province to introduce rent controls. Are you concerned that if rent controls were introduced, it would discourage developers from building new rental housing and thereby decrease supply in the long run?
Well, since 80% of Canadians live in jurisdictions where there are rent controls, no, I'm not concerned. I mean, I seem to be getting along pretty well with rent control. That's 80% of the country. We're only, it's only 20% of the country that doesn't have rent control. So,
Apparently no other questions. You can return to the gallery, and we'll move on to our next delegation. Next delegation is Sir Jim Elliott, D1357. Good evening, Mr. Elliott. If you could identify yourself, who you represent, and you have 10 minutes for your presentation, and there may be questions of members of council afterwards.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and to members of council. My name is Jim Elliott, and I'm here representing myself. I'm here to identify, and what I see is explain why the comprehensive housing strategy is flawed, fatally flawed for the people of Regina, and that it fundamentally needs to support. The fundamental problem with this strategy is something that anyone working with housing should be fully aware, but to date that this seems to have eluded you as council. The problem with this strategy is that it's been built on a faulty foundation. Anyone in Regina especially should know that you need a good foundation for a house to be sustainable. This strategy is based on reducing demands placed on the City of Regina. This strategy has given developers what they need to make profits at the cost of Regina residents. It is not intent on providing all of Regina residents a home. It's not intent to solve many of today's problems. It is intent to gloss over problems and to push the problems into future generations, like the infrastructure deficit. It is intent on pushing as much onto other governments as possible when it knows full well that they will not be doing anything to fully deal with the problem of housing in Regina. Now, why do I feel this way? This problem has been around for over 10 years, and yet we're still attempting to get anyone to fully deal with the housing crisis in Regina. This problem would be costing all of us less money if we were to actually deal with the real problem instead of fighting about who is responsible for the problem in Regina. It's also the definition of insanity to do the same thing and think that you're going to get a different result. So what am I proposing? Regina must adopt what I see as bold, meaningful, and effective policies and special planning strategies, realistically adapting to local conditions. Regina must create more livable, attractive, and efficient settlements, which recognizes human scale, the heritage and the culture of the people, and the specific needs of disadvantaged groups, especially children, women, and the disabled, in order to ensure that the provision of health services, education, food, and employment are within a framework of social justice. Now, Regina must also create possibilities for effective participation by all people in the planning, building, and management of their human city, not put up roadblocks to their engagement, like the limited time at the open houses on April 28th. Any organization defined as non-profit and existing solely for the purpose of justice, health, and welfare of its members, would be invaluable guests and participants at the Mayor's Housing Summit without having to cough up the fee, since there is no financial profit to be made for the nonprofit by their attendance. And lastly, Regina must develop innovative approaches to formulating and implementing programs that, through more appropriate use of science and technology and adequate national and international financing. Now, here are my guiding principles. Number one, Regina residents should not be forced to pay more than 30% of their income on housing needs. We are paying the full cost and increases in our health care system costs, increased needs for civic programs, and our lack of food security. Using the definition of the housing in the housing strategy will only continue to penalize those on modest incomes and increase our overall costs. Number two, Regina residents should be provided with the basics of housing, that being housing first. Housing first on principle provides housing to those in need before they're deemed ready to re-enter society. We also need to bundle services with those same houses to help them maintain and stabilize their lives. And I see housing is considered a human right. Number three, all the partners in this city should be proactive in preserving our current housing stock, not avoiding it by using our current complaint-based response to maintenance of our housing stock. For those that won't play or use loopholes, close the loopholes and take action today. Regina must become proactive in dealing with delinquent landlords and those that see housing as a cash cow. Housing is not a short-term investment, but a long-term stabilizer for cities. Number four, support for redevelopment of older neighborhoods into complete communities and not put up a facade that will not solve problems. The placement of laneway housing in the suburbs will not pilot the approach necessary to build complete communities. It will help subsidize those that don't need subsidies. It will not be a place for most of the homeless or near homeless in this city. A substantial portion of this city doesn't need help, so deal with the rental crisis and the need for social housing. Number five, provide incentives for positive features of the home, energy and water efficiencies, universal design, passive benefits and intergenerational capacity. Adopt the use of the R2000 or better in the buildings of any houses from now on, rather than continuing to support poorly designed cookie-cutter housing development. Number six is do not support poor maintenance of housing by providing incentives to those same landlords and homeowners who do not maintain their housing stock. And seven, begin to support a sustainable city by implementing child-friendly, bicycle-friendly, walkable, car-free complete communities. Support communities that can be carbon neutral, infrastructure neutral, and self-reliant. Now, in conclusion, we had the strategies to begin to solve much of the problems we are facing today back in the year 2000. We failed to do anything meaningful over the next 12 years. Let's not continue to push this problem onto a community and a future generation that are losing their capacity to respond. As stated, we must break with the past and take some bold steps and not perpetuate the inequities of the present. Now, I've included a few appendices, but I'll leave it at that at this point, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Elliott, for your presentation. Other questions of the delegation? Councillor Flegel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for your presentation, Mr. Elliott. I'm just a little curious, who If we're to implement everything you just talked about, who's going to pay for it?
I think some of it will come through the savings that we, when we in fact combine some of the solutions to those problems. I look at the idea of those kind of bundled services types of things.
Can you elaborate on that?
Well, I guess I should probably defer to some extent to the people that are dealing with some of those individuals, but I'm looking at people that have got addictions or problems in mental health and that type of thing. The more people we keep in their homes will save us money in the long term. It may not necessarily fit into the nice silos that we currently have now in respect to municipal, provincial, and federal government, but it will save us money in the long run. I think we also have to be more aggressive with our other levels of government. I don't believe that they don't want to do the right thing. I think they just feel that what they're doing is in fact the right thing. I think if we can show, for instance, that they won't have to subsidize the city for police, if in fact we can solve the housing problem, I think they would, they may consider putting money into housing rather than into police. Okay. Similarly at the federal level.
Okay. That's good. Thank you. If I could, Mr. Mayor, the trickle-down effect of, you mentioned some different housing areas that you don't think are working or adequate in the back alley ones or any of these types of places. Do you not believe that a trickle-down effect is going to help? Because if you build something at $250 and people from the $200 price range move in to the $250 price range, you now create a trickle-down effect that people are going to move up and generate and move and move and move. It may take a little bit longer. Do you believe in that system? Like that a house selling for $250 would actually help somebody that is in a low rental situation?
With some threshold, I think it does work, but I look at the example of where I live. My current, or when I bought my house, it was, I guess, almost considered I was buying the land and not the house. Right now, if I was to try to buy that $250,000 house, I would be starting at a house that's worth $135 if I could get $135. I'm not sure where I could, go and get a mortgage for that remaining fund. So I think there are some disconnects within that flow that you've alluded to in the sense of the trickle down. I think there's ways that some perhaps can move up, but I'm not confident that the vast majority, specifically more likely, the inner city, could do that.
Thank you. One more quick question, if I could. You've come before council wearing numerous hats in terms of being president of different organizations. Mm-hmm. Have you collectively taken your submissions to the provincial government or federal government, or has it just been to city council?
No, I have talked to my local MLA as well as a couple of other MLAs around the issues of housing. I haven't specifically taken to some of the stuff that I put together as part of this, because that's been in the last couple of months. And so,
perfect. Thank you.
Councillor Flegel, other questions of the delegation? There are none. You can return to the gallery, Mr. Elliott. Thank you very much for your presentation. Next delegation is D 1358, Wilna Staff. Good evening, Ms. Staff. If you can identify yourself, who you represent, and you, as you well know, have 10 minutes for presentation, and there may be questions afterwards.
Thank you, Your Worship. I would like to make a couple of wording changes. I was in a big hurry when I put this together. I had to meet the deadline. So if you go down 1, 2, 3, 4 paragraphs there, I've got an implementation plan. I meant strategy. And on the second page, second sentence, it's non-zoning changes. I was talking about neighborhood plans. So Sorry, but happens. My name is Wilma Staff. I'm a former member of City Council. I'm here tonight representing myself and some of the older, longtime residents of my neighborhood, which is Assiniboia Place in Arnheim. The City of Regina has adopted a vision to be Canada's most vibrant, inclusive, attractive, sustainable community. That vision and the commitment to do the public's business in public is the basis for Council's decisions and policies. Council's commitment to the citizens of Regina is executed through the city administration. Actual realization and fulfillment of the vision, however, requires thoughtful oversight by Council and consultation with the public. Realizing the importance of getting it right, Mayor Fougere and Council directed the administration to hold public meetings to present and receive feedback about the comprehensive housing strategy and implementation plan strategy. That will be referred to the Mayor's Housing Summit. I want to thank the Mayor and Council for providing that opportunity. Despite my municipal government qualifications and experience, I refrained from providing a response to the housing strategy and implementation plan on April the 18th. Any document as important as the housing strategy that will form part of the discussions for the Mayor's Housing Summit and direct the development of Regina for many years requires thoughtful consideration. I wanted an opportunity to study the documents and consider the consequences of the various implementation strategies. Having studied both documents as well as several others related to the development of the housing strategy, I am here tonight to offer my assessment of that strategy and the effect of the administration's implementation strategy. On April the 27th, 2012, I appeared at an executive committee meeting and I said priorities incorporated into the new OCP, like the development of complete neighborhoods, supporting the availability of diverse housing options, and creating better ways of getting around, depended on how they fit into and impact neighborhood traffic, streetscapes, parking, park usage, and will have a direct effect on the citizens of Regina and their property values. For that reason, these priorities should be subjected to direct citizen and neighborhood input. Not only was there a lack of policies. I'm sorry, I blew it. Development of complete neighborhoods and supporting availability of diverse housing options. The supposed reason for the housing shortage was not subjected to public scrutiny, but the city administration decided to move them out of the public view. Unknown to the citizens of Regina, an Ontario-based consultant, along with a group of city planners and private stakeholders, sworn to secrecy and guided by those policies, had been working for 2 months drafting the comprehensive housing strategy. That was 2 months before the public saw them and Council endorsed them. I also said, quote, as the city moves towards defining its diverse housing options, I would ask Council to provide ample opportunity for the public to review and comment on those options. I would also ask that the city continue the practice of seeking community input about proposed developments, even though the community plans will disappear once this new official community plan is adopted. When questioned about that statement, Mr. Carlston responded that Regina's neighborhood plans would become guidelines. As guidelines, these neighborhood plans will no longer be authorized by bylaw, which means changes can be made to these neighborhoods without any notification, as there is no longer a legal requirement to do so. The loss of neighborhood plans allows for rezoning applications to be approved immediately in specific residential or mixed-use areas, neighborhoods identified as appropriate for rezoning by the administration. Alternative development standards can now be utilized to develop a specific chosen location or develop an area, neighborhood, or a specific subdivision parcel or property. The alleged reason for immediately rezoning neighborhoods, parcels, or properties without notice to the affected owners or the public is to permit affordable housing. The strategies that support arbitrary rezoning are saturated with phrases about various facets of affordable housing, like creating affordable housing, innovative affordable housing, accommodating affordable housing, innovative affordable housing, fast-track affordable housing. This is deliberate and intended to convince the public affordable housing is not possible without arbitrary rezoning. That is not true. As stated in the consultant's background review, the present Regina Development Plan, the official community plan, includes policies that support and encourage the development of affordable housing for low and moderate income households. As stated by the consultant, it is not the lack of policies or zoning that are to blame for the inadequate affordable housing. It is a lack of adherence to city policies. That is a problem of political will, not policies or zoning. Each established neighborhood is unique, and the existing zones protect and reflect their character, whether it's one of the subdivisions in the north, east, west, or south regions of Regina. Our neighborhoods are where we belong, where we raise our families, establish friendships, and where we want to live out our lives. Elimination of our neighborhood plans, opening the zoning bylaw, and introducing arbitrary rezoning, as recommended in Strategies 4, 5, and 6, could subject every neighborhood and property in the city to inappropriate spot rezonings and destroy their character. City Council can adopt whatever policy it wants, and nothing will happen until the residents see the results of those policies. Then, regardless of the justification for the rezoning and subsequent development, City Council will be subjected to the community's outrage. Some of the goals in the housing strategy envision densification of built-up areas through the introduction of secondary suites, garden suites, and laneway housing. If accompanied by on-site parking, proper access for fire suppression, and if of a mass, height, and orientation so as not to create an undue impact on the existing neighborhood, they may be practical. That said, these housing innovations require adherence to precise criteria, standards, and rigorous oversight, as is the case for the pilot project in the Greens on Gardner. The consultant recommended the expansion of the secondary suites category, permitting secondary suites within single detached, semi-detached, and townhouse units as garden suites in existing and new areas subject to appropriate development criteria and standards. Unlike what is in the city's zoning bylaw is stated under foster the creation of secondary suites, where it states secondary suites can be attached to existing homes, the consultant did not include the breezeway or tunnel attachment type of suites as an option. Council has said they do not want structures potentially 36 feet high and with a total lot coverage of 50% like the one at 2514 Atkinson Street. To avoid that potential, that phrase must be removed from the implementation plan. I am asking Council to table the proposed implementation strategy so that any recommendations emanating from the Mayor's Housing Summit can be considered and incorporated into the plan. That amended implementation plan, along with the criteria for the development of affordable housing, the proposed criteria for secondary suites and rooming houses, a concise explanation of the regulatory strategies like density bonusing, transfer of development rights, and an explanation with examples of proposals utilizing alternative development standards and how they would fit into existing neighborhoods should be presented for consultation to the people of Regina, as very few were able to attend the Mayor's Housing Summit. Respectfully submitted to Regina City Council this 29th day of April 2013.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Any questions of the delegation? Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks very much. Good evening, Ms. Staff.
Yes.
Let's see if we can agree on one thing first, and that is that it doesn't matter which policies we pick out here, but if it's a brand new development and we have seniors housing and density and we have suites and so on, it probably will work fairly well. Would that be a fair assessment?
Through your worship to Councillor O'Donnell, I have been doing a lot of rating over the last few months as this has been moving quickly through the whole process. I must admit, and you may not like me to say this, but the city of Saskatoon has decided to make affordable housing far more diverse than the city of Regina. Here, the focus seems to be more on the older established areas of Regina. I would really appreciate seeing this be more diverse, because those new areas are going to someday be the established areas. And you can't, the mistake we've always made, and I will say I was on a council that did this too, we did not force developers to put in more multifamily type of development. And that was, I didn't vote for it. But others did. So what can I say? And it has been a developer-driven situation where they think single-family, single-detached is the best way to go. I think we need to do that.
No problem with your comment. Carry on. You've led very well into my questions and what I would like to pursue with you. When we look at the change, and I use the word change first, in existing neighborhoods, that seems where we, no matter what we're trying to do, we run into roadblocks. Can we agree on that first?
Yes, and we did too.
Okay.
And can I elaborate?
Absolutely.
Here's the problem. I have a vision. You have a vision. We all have a vision of what this is going to look like. Mm-hmm. I base my vision on some of what I've seen happen in my neighborhood, and I've been here before. I know all members of council know what that vision is. I don't want that vision. I would welcome densification in my neighborhood, and I don't think my neighbors would object to things like garden suites, like they're doing in Vancouver, where you have 590, 600 square foot suite at the back of the house. Doesn't ruin the neighborhood, maintains the character. We live in an area that's close to the university, lots of students needing housing. I could see that. I would enjoy seeing that in my neighborhood. And by the way, I will repeat what some others have said. I don't have a problem with the housing strategy. I have a problem with certain aspects of it and problems with my vision, because it may not be what the final vision is going to be. That's where I'm running into trouble. I don't want to see apartment blocks. Personally, I don't want to see Regina devolve into something like Jane and Finch in Toronto, or I'm sure you can appreciate what I'm saying. You've been on council a long time, so.
No problem.
Councilor Dahl.
So speaking of long time and aging, I'll lead into my next question.
And I'm getting there too.
So specifically to an existing neighborhood, I have a whole whack of people that don't want to leave their neighborhood.
Yes.
They've aged a little bit.
Yes.
They're looking to say, you know what, could you put a seniors complex into my neighborhood? Now, despite what one other delegation said, I'm not talking about a school site, I'm not talking about park, but there may be a situation where there are 2 or 3 homes that are no longer viable, and they are side by side, or such. Do you understand what I'm saying? So let's say that in an ideal situation, there's a piece of property that is useful for this purpose in an existing neighborhood of single detached homes. Second thing, I'm going to bet I'll hear this.
Councilor Dahl, you do have to get to a question.
I will.
Please do.
The arguments will be about traffic, parking, and so on. How do I make that seniors complex come to fruition?
You know what? I think if it isn't an ugly apartment block, or if it isn't some kind of ugly development where you have, I think it could be made to fit. There are options. It's just imagination that stops us, and the ability to come up with concepts that stops us from doing that. Yes, I know lots of people that live in 4-plexes, 3-plexes. This can be done. It's when you get to very high density in neighborhoods with little houses that you run into problems.
Fair enough.
And that's where you get the blowback or the feedback, negative feedback. So,
thanks for your comments.
Thank you, Councilor Dahl. Other questions of the delegation? Councilor Findura.
Thank you, Your Worship. Good to see you. Thank you for your presentation. I have just to you, Your Worship, one question here. I just noticed on the inappropriate. You mentioned here, it says inappropriate spot rezoning will destroy our character of our the neighborhood. Can you explain that? I look at that. I'm thinking a little bit more to extreme. What you're looking at? Can you just educate me on what do you mean by that?
In response, Your Worship, when you do a spot rezoning, see, this is the connection between asking to see the criteria and spot rezoning. Courts do not look kindly on spot rezoning. So if the city creates a criteria as to what neighborhoods or what properties would meet certain conditions and therefore be appropriate for rezoning, these could be neighborhoods, properties, and if the criteria is such, then that property or that area could be rezoned using that criteria. That's why seeing the criteria is so important to me, because I see that connection. And so far, we have no idea what the criteria is going to be.
Okay, so one more question to you, Your Worship. So when would you like to see this criteria? What are you talking about?
Well, the mayor's housing strategy isn't for at least another 2 to 3 weeks. I see no reason, if council felt so inclined, I'm sure the criteria has been developed, or they have a good idea what it's going to be. Why not do that in the next 2 or 3 weeks, or after the housing strategy is complete, take whatever comes out of that, filter it into the implementation strategy, and bring it back to the public for, one night isn't all that much. That's my thought.
Thank you for that. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel.
Sorry, I thought there was somebody else. Thank you for presenting, Mr. Mayor, through you. You say you want densification, but yet you've also said you don't want densification. You've said it today. You said it twice. I heard you, and I'm going, wait a minute. Could you clarify? Do you want densification, I'm going to say, in your neighborhood, because of what Councillor O'Donnell was talking about? How do we fix that problem? And you wanted densification, but on the grand scheme of things, you don't want densification.
Through you, Your Worship.
Yes, please.
In response, I said there's nothing wrong with densification. It has to be done sensitively. In your older neighborhoods, you're going to get a lot of people angry if you just go and stick in apartment blocks or something that isn't appropriate. You can densify. They're doing this in Vancouver. They're densifying some of the oldest neighborhoods in Vancouver with garden suites, laneway housing, and they're very attractive. And to me, I think that's densification. To me, that's densification. Okay. I don't want to see something that's going to turn into, 5 or 10 years. It's something that's detractive in the neighborhood and not attractive to the neighborhood. And it doesn't fit the character, and it's not compatible.
Yeah. Okay, I'm not, if I could, Mr. Mayor, I'm not sure where you live, but are you familiar with 3-block 17th Avenue?
3 blocks.
It's about 6 blocks away from the area.
Oh, yes, I know what you mean. Yes, sorry.
Old church. There was a church there about 2000.
I think you're talking about the old Lutheran church, are you not?
2003, 2004. There was an uproar.
Yeah. St. Philip's?
I'm sorry.
I think so.
Mr. Mayor, if I could to you, there was an uproar about that development going in there. 5 condos.
Well, there was nothing wrong with that development.
But there
Absolutely.
Was an uproar. I was on council, and I'm going to say, if I could, what would you see would be wrong with putting up those types of developments, and or if it would be in that particular case it was a for sale, but if that was a rental project, would you have and you saw an 8-plex or a 12-plex, as you mentioned, people that live. Do you see a problem with that type of thing?
I personally don't, because if you have on-site parking, those people all have garages. I thought that was a very attractive, adaptive use in our neighborhood for that church site.
So did I.
For me, I have no problem with that.
And if I could, one other comment that you made, that you'd like to see social housing spread out amongst the city and in the newer areas.
Yes.
You, at the time being on council, I'm going to assume you would have been around when Rochdale, McCarthy Park, Lakewood, and Argyle Park all got social housing. Is that correct?
Yes, we did.
You did?
Yes,
okay.
I remember our.
And those were at the time newer areas. So
yes, that's right.
We spread it out quite a bit. Okay, I just wanted to clarify, because I know there's lots of things that go on, and sometimes people aren't aware.
Only questions, not debates, okay?
Yeah, no, I'm not debating. Thank you. But that was good. I just wanted to know if you were fully aware.
Yeah, through you, Your Worship, we did a lot of social housing. I'm not giving myself a pat on the back. I mean, it was needed. So, and yes, we did spread it around. The problem, if you don't spread it around, in 20 years to come, there'll be another council sitting here and saying, gee, they didn't put any social housing or low income or affordable housing out there. Why not?
Yeah.
So,
if I could, what do you see as the number of places that Regina would need to help out the situation today?
Ooh, I don't work in the area. I think it's critical. I think for people on low incomes, I believe Regina is in a bad situation.
Okay.
And I think I'm not trying to hold up this plan. I think we need to get on with it. I just want to see it done right. That's why I'm here tonight.
Perfect.
Not to make your lives difficult.
Thank you. Thanks.
Any other questions of the delegation? Thank you, Ms. Staff, for your presentation. Very thoughtful. Paul Gingrich is the next delegation, D 1359. Mr. Gingrich, if you could introduce yourself, tell us who you represent, and you have 10 minutes for your presentation, and maybe questions of members of council afterwards.
Thank you. My name is Paul Gingrich, and I'm representing myself. Well, the expansion of the city's economy has probably been a welcome development for the majority of the city residents. Some are left out or harmed. As the price of housing has increased, those with no choice but to rely on rental accommodation have been hard hit, as rents have increased by 60% over 6 years. A comprehensive housing strategy recognizes this, stating the supply of rental housing, particularly affordable rental housing, is currently a critical issue in Regina. And the 36 strategies in the report address this, but I fear that implementing them will not dramatically increase the supply of affordable rental housing or result in rents being reduced to affordable levels. In the public event I attended, I raised the issue of how the city plans to ensure that affordable rental housing is built. Since there's little in the report that lays out goals and timelines for addressing this, I decided to pull together a few numbers to illustrate the severity of the situation. In Table 1, I compare average rents for a two-bedroom apartment with the incomes of families of two or more persons from 2006 to 2012. Rental data come from CMHC, and for renters, their definition of affordable housing is that rent and utility payments be less than 30% of before-tax household income. Given the increase in average rents, the annual income required to make a two-bedroom apartment affordable increased from $25,000 in 2006 to almost $40,000 in 2012. So I then compared these with the number of Regina families of two or more persons at different income levels. And what I found was that in 2006, 3.5% of families, or approximately 2,000 families, had income less than what would make the average two-bedroom apartment affordable. By 2010, the last year for which Statistics Canada has made income data available, the number had jumped to 7.7%, or 4,700 families, more than double that of 4 years earlier. Now, not all those with lower income families are renters, but from 2006 census data, I found that approximately two-thirds of all Regina households with incomes under $30,000 rent it rather than owned. So what's clear from this is that for an increasing number of lower income households, the housing situation has become very difficult. And these figures only refer to families. For single persons households, the situation would be similar. Now, Table 2 gives rents, vacancy rates, and numbers of apartments reported by CMHC, and I'm sure that the city administration is familiar with these numbers. What I'd point out is the decline in the number of apartment units. According to CMHC, since 2006, Regina has lost 200 two-bedroom apartments and has lost 500 apartments in total. In order to return to a 3% vacancy rate and addressing Strategy 17, the city administration estimates 350 new purpose-built apartment units would be required each year over a 5-year period. It appears that even if the city is able to turn its 350 per year estimate into reality, by the end of 2015, we would only be back to the 2006 level of number of apartment units, let alone increasing the supply to accommodate population growth. And the administration recommendations do not appear to address the the number of any extra units that will be affordable. The strategy contains many useful recommendations, and we will be better off if it's adopted. What is missing is a city plan to address affordable housing. Such a plan could estimate the gap between how much affordable housing we have and what's required to improve things for the 7+% of families facing an unaffordable situation. A plan would set targets concerning how much the gap should be closed each year. In the case of the shortfall, take additional measures to address the gap. Increasing the vacancy rate to 3% would be good. What would also make sense for renters is a target of reducing average rents. At the public event, the city said it would not build or manage housing. In order to put together a plan of the sort I've described, it may be necessary for the city to rethink this. The successful model from the past is cathedral infill housing, a partnership of various levels of government that helped renew a declining area. In cooperation with the community, poor housing was removed and new housing with greater density was built, creating a mix of owned and rental housing. A walk along the 22 or 23 block of Italic shows how well this housing blends in and how successful this program was. I imagine the extra tax revenues the city obtains from a revitalized cathedral neighborhood made this a good investment. I'd encourage the city to take steps to lead to programs like this over the coming years. In summary, this strategy is a start, but only a small start in addressing the rental housing shortage in the city. I encourage the city to take this a step further, create a plan with targets and timelines and find means of meeting these with the goal of making rental housing affordable for all. And I won't read the references, they're mostly statistical, except if I could just draw your attention to the article by Leslie Hindle, What Went Right, which is a description of the infill housing program in the cathedral neighborhood.
Thank you, Mr. Gingers, for your presentation. Any questions of the delegation? Very straightforward.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery, and we'll move on to Angelica Barth. Am I missing one? She's out. Okay. We'll move on to the next one. Then 61. This is I'm number 60, and that's Angelica Barth. That's on mine. Jerry Ricci. This I have is 61 on my. Jerry Ricci and Danielle Golden. My agenda has it as 61. Good evening. If you could just introduce yourselves and who you represent. You have 10 minutes for your presentation, and maybe questions of council afterwards.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of Regina City Council. My name is Jerry Ricci, and this is my partner, Danielle Golden. My partner is currently Executive Director of Carmichael Outreach and has been involved with housing-related issues, discussions for many years, including the city forums to discuss the Regina Comprehensive Housing Strategy. Our home is located at 2473 Atkinson Street, and we are here tonight to represent the residents who reside in that area. I would like to make a few key points. Throughout my research of current community development plans for our neighborhood, I would like to make it clear that we are not opposed to the city's proposed policy of densification of our neighborhood. Like my neighbors, I chose the neighborhood for specific characteristics: quiet, family-oriented, peaceful, close to the parks, etc. We welcome resident development and are not opposed to seeing our community grow and thrive. However, we need to be clear that as existing members and homeowners in this neighborhood, we want residential development that is compatible with the surrounding area and does not in any way destroy the character that drew the existing residents to our area. After receiving a notice of a proposal in our neighborhood, I began immediately consulting with my neighbors. With the exception of one citizen, every community member I spoke with was opposed to this development. Our concerns are many and too great to deal with at this meeting. However, our central concern is that if the implication strategy is adopted by the city, inappropriate and poor planned residential development rezoning proposals will be immediately rezoned, and this apartment block or other inappropriate developments will be approved. Approving this proposal or any other inappropriate development will not only forever alter the character, environment, and attraction of this neighborhood, but it will also have a negative impact on the lives of our current and future residents. We are here tonight to ask the city to not proceed with the implementation strategy. We believe the proposal to allow immediate rezoning of neighborhoods parcels or properties will allow our area to be rezoned without proper consultation of existing citizens and developments incompatible with our neighborhood. It is our right as current citizens of this area and the city that we be consulted in the matter that directly affects our quality of life. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Are there questions of the delegation? Councillor Young, then Councillor O'Donnell. Go ahead. Councillor Young, your hand up first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening. Thank you for your presentation. I think you're talking about the proposed infill in the area where you live, and there was a public meeting about that not long ago. Yes. Right. Could you give us some information about what you think would be an adequate proposal that would fit with your neighborhood, but would also meet the goals of densification?
Well, a large apartment block doesn't fit the character of our neighborhood. And as discussed earlier, the townhouses that are down further on 17th Avenue would, I mean, from talking to our neighbors in the area, they would much more appreciate something like that as opposed to a huge apartment block that doesn't fit the character of the neighborhood.
Okay. You are aware that that has not come before the Planning Commission yet? Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Councillor O'Donnell? Okay. I have a question, if there's no other questions of the delegation, and thank you for your presentation. Is your concern beyond the specific application for development in your neighborhood, the concern about, in some fashion, this proposal of policy changes would result in immediate rezoning? If there's a change of procedure where you wouldn't have notice? I'm just trying to understand. Is that
absolutely. And I think, as previous stated, that we would like to know what the criteria is. So I, am a firm believer that we should not be leaving affordable housing and the housing crisis issues in the hands of developers. This has to be a collaborative effect, and I think the community members, the existing community members, have the right to know what that criteria is, that we have to have some control over the existing quality of life in our neighborhoods.
Can I assume that either one of you or both of you will appear before Planning Commission when the report comes forward?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much for your presentation. You can return to the gallery and we'll consider the next report. Now, I'm not sure if Angelica Barth is back yet. Is she here? Ms. Barth, if you could, if you're ready for your presentation, if you just identify yourself, who you represent. You have 10 minutes for your presentation and there may be questions afterwards.
I'm Angelica Barth and I'm representing the Queen City Tenants Association. So thank you in advance to the City of Regina for holding the upcoming Housing Summit. The Queen City Tenants Association would like to offer constructive and concrete suggestions that are supported in principle by the City of Regina's housing strategy and support and shared by other local community groups. Access to adequate and affordable housing, whether it be owned or rented, is much, if not more so, a human right than a commodity to be bought and sold. Housing is enshrined in the UN Code of Human Rights. Housing must meet the needs of various sizes and types of groups in our community, including, but not limited to, single individuals, families, seniors, and people with disabilities. Everyone, regardless of their demographic or socioeconomic situation, has a right to housing suitable for their needs. Furthermore, housing, especially for those most vulnerable groups, must remain ensured by all level of governments, including our local civic government. It is important to remember that moving along the housing continuum is often mistakenly thought of as an ongoing left-to-right process, that is, from the unfortunate circumstances of homelessness through to renting and into secured home ownership. However, this is most certainly not the representative of many citizens amongst us. Therefore, assuming an individual or family will eventually have the opportunity to move up or to the right in regards to the housing continuum may not be the case. They may in fact remain in the same position or even end up moving to the left, or in other words, to the less fortunate circumstances in relation to the housing continuum. Although citizens, including low-income earners, do have personal responsibility in doing what they can to obtain adequate housing and maintaining it, many citizens from time to time or on an ongoing basis require and rely on governmental support to ensure adequate housing. Therefore, drawing on prior experiences of other jurisdictions, it is necessary to ensure that affordable housing be defined as housing that does not exceed 30% of the income of the wage earners and occupants of the housing. Affordable housing, especially heritage quality, not be permitted to be demolished in the future, and especially when the vacancy is less than 1%. All abandoned, boarded up, and neglected housing be seized by the city and developed into affordable housing. Models of this policy can be seen in Winnipeg. Prince Albert is currently examining and moving towards adopting this type of policy as well. This would ensure that existing housing not only remains available, but that housing is maintained at an acceptable health and safety standard. All areas of the city contain, we still recommend that all areas of the city contain all types of housing and housing for all income groups, rather than allowing any area, either by planning or by default, to become low-income ghettos. We ask that developers in the city maintain a policy ensuring that all residential areas include all types of housing and all income levels. City lands sold for residential purposes may be used to support affordable housing programs and housing itself. And that affordable housing developments not become available for sale at an elevated price for a substantial period of time following the initial sale of it being at affordable rates. This would ensure that affordable housing remains affordable. In terms of maintaining rental properties, that there be developed and continued a policy ensuring that landlords perform regular ongoing maintenance of all rental units, such as property licensing. This is done in other jurisdictions, such as in the province of BC and in Saskatoon. As long as the property is kept in a safe and healthy manner, the property license is maintained. Funding for the licensing is drawn from the landlords who benefit from having better properties that attract better renters. To help maintain the licensing program, we recommend inspections. Inspections of licensed properties is done through regularly scheduled inspections of rental units. This rather than simply on a complaint basis, given that a complaint basis system has clearly failed. There also needs to be a developed protection for renters, particularly from eviction by landlords, for tenants that report unsafe, unhealthy living conditions and a general lack of proper housing conditions. These inspections are carried out by teams of relevant representatives, possibly including city government officials, fire and/or police representatives, community organization representatives, a representative from the Residential Tenancy Office, social workers, and rental representatives. Also, a representative from Sask Power may be included to help remove long, outdated, energy-wasting appliances. These teams would not only inspect but help educate renters not only in their rights but also in their responsibilities around rent and in maintaining health and safety standards. Team inspections and education would go a long way in supporting proven programs such as the Housing First model, proven in hundreds of other jurisdictions to help vulnerable citizens remain in stable and safe housing and promote better care of the housing on the part of both the landlord and the tenant. These teams would include whomever is deemed necessary by both tenants and landlords to meet the needs of both the landlords and the tenants for improvement of the relationship and maintenance of the property, thus ensuring that not only landlords maintain reasonable health and safety standards, but that tenants do as well. This improved relationship may be, as in other jurisdictions, be monitored and maintained through a wider policy of rental regulations. Rental regulations are not rent control, but rather a much more developed, fair and balanced approach that works to bring cooperation between landlord and tenant. While developing a new and better relationship between landlords and tenants, we need not reinvent the wheel. Instead, we may draw from resources already created, such as the North Central Community Research and that of other groups in our city. Only collaboration between all groups and individuals may the Regina's housing crisis be solved. The Queen City Tenants Association would be happy to assist the City of Regina in the eradication of Regina's housing crisis. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barth, for your presentation. Are there questions of the delegation? Oh, there are none. Thank you very much for your presentation. You can return to the gallery. Our last delegation is Borough Forgay. Please come forward. If you identify yourself and who you represent, you have 10 minutes for your presentation, and there may be questions afterwards.
My name is Beryl Forgay, and I'm here to represent my own observations after 44 years as a resident of Regina. And I'd like to ask a question of the Mayor and Council. Have you ever...
Okay, is that part of your presentation?
Yes.
Okay, sure. Okay.
So do you have a copy of it?
No, I thought you were going to ask a question outside your presentation. Go ahead.
No, this is... Have you ever had the experience of living as a poor person in Regina? I don't know if that fits any of you or not. Only you know that. But being poor means that you have not enough money to pay rent, as well as finding money to wash your clothes, to have a telephone, to buy the medicines you and your family may need for illness, to buy nutritious food, or even transportation to a food bank. When rent is too high, the result is the need to juggle which of those other concerns must be shortchanged. So, if you're looking for a second job so that you can cope because the first job pays only minimum wage and has variable hours, what can you do without? The telephone is a number you must have to give to a prospective employer. The clean clothes, which helps you to respect yourself. The medicine which you would need would restore your good health. The good food which you would try to correct, with which you would try to correct a poor diet, that's maybe becoming a health hazard not only for you but for your whole family because it's so one-sided. And that all saps your money. Or worse still, there are the times when you have no food at all to eat. And that happens in Regina. But these poor people are citizens of Regina too. I repeat, have you ever had the experience of being poor in Regina? We're not talking about the average wage at all. It was has obviously not been a worry for the many developers tearing down less expensive apartment blocks and building high-rise end housing. What makes you think that there would be any different in your housing strategy if you put them in charge still? It is time for you to take responsibility and to make some rules that could help those with low incomes. Turn your thinking around, please. In Regina, and not just developers who are obviously not going to regulate themselves to give any aid to those with low incomes because they're not going to make money out of their low incomes. So please add to your housing strategy people and energy who do understand. And I recommend this short list, but there are certainly others because we've been some marvelous presentations tonight. I recommend Carmichael Outreach as a very important one. They're looking after many people now, looking after to find housing for them. The Making Peace Vigil, which sees things on a larger scale. Project People, the Anti-Poverty Network, the Regina Anti-Poverty Ministry, and perhaps some of the others that we've heard tonight that I wouldn't have listened for. But these people can give an honest perspective of the problem that we are trying to suggest to you. I do get the feeling that most of you are just not on that level at all. You are looking at people who maybe have some kind of an average income as being poor. That's not the truth.
Thank you, Mr. Forgay, for your presentation. Any questions of the delegation? Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery, and we'll now consider the reports before us. And just by way of housekeeping, members will know, if members in the gallery, we have two reports before us tonight. The first one is CR 1364. This is a supplementary report which is listed as receive and file, simply to provide information that was received by the city administration in the housing open houses that we had last week. Receive and file that is proper because that will be the feedstock for discussion in the report 65. So I would ask for a motion, Councillor Fraser, for 64, please. Can you introduce that report?
Sure thing. So I'd like to introduce report CR 1364, Comprehensive Housing Strategy Supplementary Report. So the recommendation is that they attach to Appendix D, including administration's responses to public comments and questions, and all public comments received to date be received and filed. And number two, that a summary version of the comprehensive housing strategy, provided to public participants at the April 18th Public House Engagement Event, Appendix E, also be received and filed.
Thank you for that. Comments on the report? Councillor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have one question. What will happen to the public comments and the administration's answers? Does that go forward to the Mayor's Housing Summit, or is it just filed? What will happen to those?
Mr. Carlson?
Your Worship, the comments received from the public are reflected here for Council, but will also be kept by the administration as we put together an implementation strategy, which comes back to Council in June.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Councillor Dowell?
Thanks. I just want to make a comment about information that's in the report. I listened to all of the delegations. I heard two distinct views, that there was no public consultation. I heard others that attended one. I would like to just identify this information if I could. There, in fact, was two public meetings, both on the same date at different times. They happened to occur on April the 18th. On Tuesday, April the 9th, the event information was posted on the Design Regina website. On April the 10th, the next day, a message was sent out to 1,500 email subscribers to the Design Regina website. On April the 10th as well, a public service announcement was put out to our local media. At least one of the things that generated was a report in the Leader Post. On Thursday, April the 11th, the information on the event was posted on the city's Facebook page, and via Twitter. A Facebook page posted was viewed 9,000 times and also shared 3 more times for about 420 more views. The tweet was viewed 13,250 times and was retweeted twice and had 200 additional 80 views. And on Saturday, April the 13th, an ad was posted in the Leader Post, which has a subscription of about 50,000 on that day. It also appeared in the Sunday Sun, which is delivered to every household in Regina. Just want to make clear information was delivered, events were held.
Thank you, Councillor Dowell. I'm going to need a seconder for the motions. Actually, it's not a report by a committee. It came from the administration, so a seconder.
Your Worship, I'll second that report.
Okay, so any other comments on the report? Councillor Fraser.
Through you, Mr. Mayor.
Actually,
Oh,
I want to
sorry.
close debate, so you can take, there's no one other speaking. I want you to take the chair so I can have some comments. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I want to follow up on Councillor O'Donnell's comments about the consultation process. This report before us is a very clear representation of the consultation that we agreed to at Executive Committee to have a public open house. I attended 2 of the 3 open houses, and it was. I want to thank the administration for putting it together. It was a very clear and concise summary of all of the recommendations in the report and answered many, many questions. I think it's fair to say that every question was answered. but also very clear that some people were not happy, and that happens in public consultation. It's always going to be there. So we shouldn't misrepresent that disagreeing means there's no consultation. There was. But this is not the end of the process we're going through tonight. Now, no matter what happens in the next report, there's an implementation strategy that will come back in June, and those in the gallery and those citizens across the city who want to comment can comment at that time. And I also want to make clear that in the Housing Summit coming up in May, that will inform and may make some changes to our strategy. It may or may not do that. So there's, again, other opportunities for citizens who are engaged, and clearly we have an engaged full house tonight earlier on, no question about that, to talk about this. So this is not the end game yet. But we did succeed in providing additional consultation. Is it perfect? No, it's not, but I think given the comments, and members can look at, and those in the gallery who have the comments to the report, a very comprehensive compilation of comments made. I was at 2 of the 3 of them, and I can say that those comments are in this report. And they are fairly represented, and they are in a way that the administration wrote those down, but also comments written down by individuals who did that. So I just wanted to thank the administration for doing this, and thank those in the gallery who were there at that time and here tonight, listening to what's going on. This is a very important policy, and we'll do the right things for the citizens the best that we can. Thank you. Closing comments?
Okay, to close debate.
Close debate.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to say thanks to the rest of the council for pushing this back a month. I think this is really useful, and also to all the people that have engaged in this. It's heartening to know that there's over 10,000 rental units in Regina, but the appreciation for this is a big issue. I think goes well beyond that. We had over 100 people come to the April 18th meeting, and yeah, it's nice to see people who are engaged. It's not, as the mayor just laid out, it's not an exact science, but I think that this is sort of the start of a process that's been a long time coming, and I think I'm grateful that I think we're off to a good start here. So thanks.
Thank you very much. I'll call the question on the report. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Councillor Fraser for the next report. This is 65. This is the strategy document itself.
Okay, I'd like to bring forward report CR 1365, Comprehensive Housing Strategy. The committee recommends concurrence. I'd also like to note that following discussion, there's a few amendments that I'd like to bring forward, but the recommendations are that the attached Comprehensive Housing Strategy Consultant's final report, Appendix A, be received and filed. And number 2, that the City Council endorse the administration's recommendations as outlined in Appendix B and direct the administration to prepare and implement a plan and to return to Council by the end of the second quarter.
Thank you for that. Okay, so you'll be, next time you speak is to close debate. Okay, well, you should do it now or when you close debate. Either one. You can do it now or then.
Okay, I'll maybe do it now.
Go ahead.
Okay. Great. So I believe that this is the most pressing issue that this council will face over the next 4 years. It really affects a lot of people, not only people that directly rent, but I think it really affects the culture of our city here. And as I mentioned, it's really heartening to know that the people who have a heart for this, it's not just people that are directly affected by rentals, but people that recognize that this is an issue that, like I say, really affects the character of our city. So the first step in solving a problem is admitting we have a problem, and I think we're working towards that. I think this is an important step in taking ownership of what's our responsibility through this. The next step, it's important to know the difference between the causes of the problem and the symptoms of the problem, and I think that this report does a pretty good job of trying to address the causes, not just the symptoms. And the cause, I really believe the main sort of point that we need to focus on here is that vacancy rate number. I think this report lays out a target, 2017, to reach 3%, and that's a pretty ambitious goal, but I think that's really, at the end of the day, that's really what this really needs to be the key focus of this strategy. I have 4 points I'd like to bring forward, and I'll have to take some direction, I think, from the city clerk as far as which are possible to bring forward as amendments. Because right now we're just talking about, we're receiving and filing the report, and we're approving the recommendations from administration. So if you would, Madam Clerk. My first concern is about the definition of affordable. affordable rental housing in the report. One of the from the consultant's report, it mentions that a definition for affordable rental housing is rental housing that's at or below average market rates for rentals. And to me, we must clearly understand that the city's mechanism for getting money out to sort of move the market is that we're able to subsidize building. We're not really able to subsidize people in the same way that Sask Housing might or Regina Housing might. So the CMHC definition of affordable housing is something we should recognize, but as far as the tool we need to kind of affect the market, I don't think it really works. It's not really the right tool for this. But what I would like to suggest is that we don't call it affordable rental housing, this idea of at or below market average housing, average market rent. We should just call that housing that's at or below average market rent. So I'd like to make an amendment to the glossary, but I'm not sure, again, if that's...
Before you do that, I'm not sure that's actually a substantive motion to the floor. We can discuss that, but it may be just a housekeeping issue to change that.
Through you, Your Worship, and in response to Councillor Fraser, we did have the discussion on whether or not there was an opportunity to amend the consultant's report, and we don't actually have authority to do that. We commissioned the report and we've received it. What there may be an opportunity to do is, knowing that there is going to be a further report coming back from the administration, is you may have the opportunity to request that a definition of affordable housing or whatever be contained as part of that report, so that you would have the opportunity then to vote on that.
Okay. And that's possible to do now, or I would do that when the future report comes forward?
You could move that as a motion now to be included as part of the implementation plan that is coming back, which is part of recommendation number 2.
Okay.
So you could move that recommendation include the definition of affordable housing with the wording that you would like to see included. Council would then have the opportunity to vote on that and its content with the implementation plan.
Okay. So we're not actually changing the definition, we're changing the title of it to be more clear.
Well,
that's right.
Yeah, the title, sure. The definition stays the same, but we're just calling it.
You're calling it something different, but it's the same definition.
Yeah.
So do you have what's your motion, and then we'll put it on the floor for discussion.
Okay, so my motion would be it resolved, I guess, that
just
be it resolved. Okay, that the definition of affordable rental housing that's in the current consultant's report, that we remove the word affordable and just call it at or below average market rent.
You need a seconder for that motion?
Just a point of order, the city clerk just said that we can't change the consultant's report.
We're not changing the consultant's report. This is actually reported that is the administration's report.
If that were reworded to be that when the implementation plan report come forward, sure, that it not include the title of...
Okay.
Is that your motion?
Yeah, that's my motion. Thanks for everyone's patience.
Are we all clear on the motion?
I'll second that.
You second it? Any debate on the motion? I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Okay. Number 2 is the terms of review, Goal 1, Strat 1, Part F. The consultant suggests that we review the incentives at least every 5 years. It's my suggestion that, again, this is a very important issue that we want to be able to tweak as we go along, so that we might change that, again, not in that report, but we might give direction to the administration to change that, that we actually have this come before council every year, if that were possible.
So your motion is?
So the motion is to direct administration in the report that they'll bring back before us to have the housing incentive program appear before council on an annual basis.
Everybody understand the amendment? Are there any questions or comments on Councillor Bryce?
I just, I'm wondering what exactly you want coming back to council and what kind of budget it's going to need to do that.
Okay, it's specific to Goal 1 around housing incentives. I guess really at the heart of it is that right now we have incentives. The proposed number is $15,000 per new door, and I just see that at some point in the future, the housing issues that we're facing right now will be different, and it might be a tricky political process. If it's this council, great. If it's councils in the future, it might be a bit of a tricky political process to repeal some of those grants. So if we're looking at it regularly, then we can kind of adjust them as we need them. For instance, maybe we'll increase the grant or decrease the grant or anything like that. So,
okay, Councillor O'Donnell and Councillor Hawkins.
Thanks. If I could just ask the question of the administration, what would be the plan as it is right now to bring this back anyway?
Mr. Carlston?
Your Worship, I might defer for that question to Ms. Howard-Luck, but I might have some follow-up.
Ms. Howard-Luck?
Thank you, Your Worship. The administration's plan moving forward for the implementation plan would be on the 2-year, would be our recommendation. We would respond if situations came forward that we needed to bring it back quicker to respond, but the 2 years would allow us to analyze and have some comparable years to look at how the program how effective the program is if we have a couple of years. If we go on an annual, we might not have the data that we need to do the evaluation on the program, but we would look at the program continually to look at its effectiveness. So if there is something pressing, we would bring it back, but our recommendation would be that it would be every 2 years for a full review.
Thank you for that.
So I've asked a question. May I make a comment at this point in time? I'm not sure if it's been seconded.
The amendment has been seconded by Councillor. Okay. We need a seconder for that, actually. I apologize, I didn't get a seconder. We need a seconder for that motion, that amendment. It's lost. Okay, so sorry about that. I apologize for not catching that.
Okay, so a third point here is that we're going to run into a bit of a glitch with our condo conversion policy. That right now it stands that condos are on hold. Conversions from rental apartments to condos are on hold until the CMHC numbers show us for 2 consecutive terms, I believe, which is every 6 months. So over 12 months, that our vacancy rate is at 2%. The report before us that I think we're hopeful will pass sets a vacancy rate target of 3%. So this has just been on my mind that if we get to 2%, it might not work out that way, but if we get to 2% and it's there for 2 CMHC terms, that as someone at this council and someone also sits on planning commission, I'm going to have a very hard time voting to approve condo conversions. So I just feel like we should deal with that now for the sake of our own process, but also people that are interested in converting condos, that the longer they have this information before them, the better. So I don't know if that's something we might be able to deal with at this stage, but I feel like the sooner we can deal with that issue, whatever the resolution, the sooner we deal with it, the better it's going to be for everyone. I might take direction from the clerk as far as that's something that might fit as an amendment here, or...
From our previous discussion, I believe part of the conversation was that you would move an amendment so that we would actually include a point number 37, which would be...
Sorry, we're on two different...
Two different ones? That's not the same one?
Yeah.
In which case then, without having some direction probably from the administration as to how they want to deal with their condo policy and any clash that there might be with this policy, I would hesitate to put forward any wording until I've kind of heard from the administration.
I think before we do that, though, I think we need to talk about within the review of the condominium policy, there is a mechanism for reviewing that one.
Okay.
And I think that might be the answer to the question as opposed to an amendment here. Okay. We have an amendment, we have a policy that talks about an automatic review of that policy. So I'm going to rule that, not that out of order, but I want you to take that into consideration. There's a review already.
Sure. And maybe I'll explore that with you after. But I appreciate this might not be the form, but again, just to note that at some point we'll have to deal with that issue, and the sooner we can do it, the better, more information people have. Okay, so final point, and then I'll sit down here. This has been a really interesting process. I think coming from the NGO sector before sitting on council, I sort of had one perspective, and through this process, I've had the chance to hear from protective service officers, from home builders, from NGOs, from renters, from home owners that are concerned with character, garbage pickup, and parking issues in their neighborhood, issues around those things. And while those are all different perspectives, I feel like there's some common overlap between all those pieces. And that is a general frustration with the city's ability to kind of deal with rental issues. Certainly all housing comes with some sorts of issues, but we know from experience that rental housing doesn't have the same set of challenges as regular housing. For instance, if a house is divided up into suites, there's really hundreds of people living in those types of suites that the parking requirements, the garbage requirements are different than would be if it was a single family living in that house. So I guess I would like us to have a serious conversation about rental unit licensing. We license a lot of things in the city. If you have a business, it's licensed. If you're a taxi, it's licensed. If you have a pet, it's licensed. A bicycle, a hot dog cart, a tent, it's licensed. And I'm not a big fan of red tape for the sake of red tape, but it was noted in our report that about 1 in 10 rental houses in the city are in disrepair. And I don't have the solution as far as what that rental unit licensing would actually look like, but I think that I would like to find out what the best practices are in Canada, and I think we have a potential. I mean, we've had this issue for a long time of having a low rental vacancy rate, and this would be a big part of hopefully dealing with some of those symptoms. Again, it's important that we focus on the root causes of this issue, and a lot of the issues we've heard today with rooming houses, with people concerned about homelessness, these sort of things, those aren't actually the root causes. Those are just the symptoms. But I think I would like to put forward a motion that direct administration to look into best practices for rental unit licensing to bring back before us. So if I could maybe word it for the clerk, and then if somebody's willing to second it, maybe we can have a discussion about it. So
what is your motion? My
motion would be to add a point 37 to the administration's recommendation. Actually, I'll just take that back to guide the administration for the next report that comes to us regarding these issues, that they review and report back options as to Regina's how Regina might implement a rental unit licensing program, including best practices from other jurisdictions.
Okay, are we all clear on the motion? We need a seconder for the motion.
Just a point of clarity, if I could. I just need to understand, and that is that we have a report in front of us that was noted by the clerk, that is the consultant's report. Is this motion in conflict with that? Is this separate from that? I just need to understand, so before I raise my hand one way or the other.
I think if I might, though, Councillor O'Donnell, the second recommendation is administration's recommendation. We're asking for approval of that one.
Okay.
Receiving file always on the consultant's report. We're not dealing with the consultant's report.
So this is just part of the administration's?
That's correct.
All right. Good.
So I need a seconder for that motion.
Just to clarify, okay, so we're saying point 37, and the consultant's report goes up to 36. So
sorry, I
withdrew that.
Yeah, we drew that. Sorry, not to confuse you. My initial thought was I'll put as another point, but this is just the recommendation is to administration to bring back to look into best practices.
Okay.
Again, I'll need a seconder for the motion for the amendment. I don't see one. Thank you very much. Okay. Other speakers to the report? Councillor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship.
To the report? No, we're back in the main report. Go ahead. Councillor Young, you have the floor.
Okay. First of all, I think that the housing strategy document provides a good framework for us to go forward, and it has already brought many people out with their concerns, which is a very good thing, because we always learn when we listen to people. This evening, I would like to speak about the administration's implementation report. It's an excellent step forward as well, and I look forward to hearing the details that will come forward in June so that I can see what some of those details might look like, and I heard people asking for those this evening. But the issue that I'd like to concentrate on this evening is the issue of rooming houses and multiple single-room occupancies in one house that are coming up in R1 areas that are not zoned.
We'll just forget that ever happened. Just continue on.
It's nice to have music with your presentation.
We're going to have a breakout of dance in the corner over here in just a moment. Sorry, Councillor Young. Continue on.
The idea of having rooming houses, which we have many of them in Hillsdale, Whitmore Park area, has been a real issue, and I have received many phone calls, many emails about this. And you heard some of the issues this evening when Mr. Black told you about what was happening in the one that's across from him. The issues like parking, 7 cars on the street, and many of the streets in Wetmore Park and Hillsdale, this is an older neighborhood, are very narrow. So, and many of them are curved. So when you get a car parked on both sides of the street and then you get the winter snow that we've had this year, there are some streets that have been impassable. Garbage, should they be business licensed? So things like zoning, bylaws, property maintenance, building codes really cross many areas within the city, and the city has recently put together the internal committee to coordinate the city's response to these complaints, and I really applaud you for that. I had an opportunity to sit in on the first meeting where they met, and I was amazed and impressed at the number of areas in the city that deal with some of these issues in these same neighborhoods with these same homes. And now they're going to be talking together about how they can better serve the complaints that come from those homes. But that's a short-term issue. This evening I want to talk about a longer-term issue. And while I have many concerns for the neighborhoods where this is occurring, I also have concerns about the renters. Because of the crisis we have in the city, we have many people who need that kind of housing. And I'm worried about health and safety hazards for them. Some of these homes have been changed on the inside without any building permits or codes being met. We know that there's at least one that was shut down because of health hazards and a ceiling caving in. So I am as much concerned about the people who need that kind of housing as I am about the neighborhoods that are experiencing rooming houses, or what appears to be rooming houses, although even if they don't meet the city definition right now, maybe that we need to work on that. What is the city definition? And they need to be in certain areas. So, Your Worship, I'm bringing forward an amendment to the administration's report, and I'm looking at Appendix B, Table 2. And the amendment would be that recommendation number 2 be amended in Appendix B by tabling item 1C and 1H under Goal 1. That's Strategy 1-2. And by tabling Strategy 15. All are related to rooming houses and single-room occupancies, to allow for a more comprehensive study and review of this area to be completed and brought back to City Council for direction, whereby said review shall engage the provincial government as appropriate and address the goals of protecting the health and safety of potential renters and protecting the quality of life in the neighborhoods where they are located. So that is my amendment.
That's your motion. Are we all clear on the motion? I have a seconder for that,
I'll second
please?
that.
Councillor Price seconds that. Debate on the motion, on the amendment to the motion. Any people on Councillor O'Donnell?
If I could, I'm going to ask the administration a couple of questions on this one, please. Councillor Young has introduced a couple of topics, and so I'm going to pursue that a little bit. One, can I ask a little bit about what has developed in terms of a committee to look at this project, please?
Mr. Carlston?
Your Worship, as Councillor Young referred to, the administration has an internal working group addressing this situation, because certainly the housing issues of the day have sort of stimulated this, and we've had an increased number of calls. It hasn't used to be an issue, but is today. So this group internally is comprised of a number of different departments: by law enforcement, parking services, fire department, legal, zoning. So there's quite a number of areas that it touches upon. So it's not as simple as it might sound. So that group has been looking at both sort of how to address it immediately, because there are immediate impacts that are being felt, that we do have bylaws that we can enforce. As Councillor Young mentioned, there are some complexities in terms of definitions, which mean we can't enforce it to the degree that certain residents might be seeking. So That group will also be looking for a longer-term solution, or at least clear policy, because right now I would suggest it's not clear. So we'll have two functions. So under this type of motion, I think that would come back, that would be dependent upon certain consultation that would occur both publicly and with other orders of government. So I'm just letting you know that probably wouldn't be in June that would come back with that one. That's all.
Okay, good. Thanks for that. A group of us actually met with this task force. It was some 18 strong across a number of jurisdictions. And one of the things that came to light from me was the ability to enter someone's home. So if I could ask the administration, who has the ability based on complaint or issue to just walk into someone's private residence?
Mr. Carlston?
Your Worship, I should just mention first, I'm glad that wasn't me. But
we are too, actually.
Yeah, I know you do. But Your Worship, in terms of accessing someone's home, what we have to do, whether it's the fire department, building department, and looking at any type of code, first we must seek permission to. And if we're not granted permission, then we have to seek a warrant. So there is a legal process, an investigative process that we have to go through to access homes.
Thank you. So there is some effort here, and there is some rights and privileges extended on both parts. I just want people to understand that. Always have the opportunity to speak to parking no matter what topic we're on, so I want to ask about parking. So in the front of my home, assuming I have a single-family home, that is my parking spot. By law, is it not?
Your Worship, the spaces in front of your house on the street are not yours. They're not assigned to any resident.
So if I carried that a little farther, do I have the right to park across the street, down the street, around the corner, and over there?
Yes, Your Worship. The only restrictions would be on the duration in which your vehicle could be parked in one place and the location of it in proximity to a corner.
Good, thanks for that. And I'm not trying to be goofy, but the point is that we oft hear about parking. We oft are asked to enforce parking. We are oft asked between neighbor versus neighbor dispute to settle parking disputes because I wish to park in front of my own home every day, all the time. And that is not always the ability. So if I could run an ad in the Leader Post on a regular basis to that information, I would. I think one of the comments I liked about what Councillor Young made is that we all have issues and concern with not only the people that are maybe infringing on the rights, even if they're perceived or not for the neighborhood, but those that are in those dwellings. You heard earlier on that we had a development occurring in our community that we knew nothing about. You cannot always assume that people follow the laws or the rules of the land, and so therefore also we cannot assume what's going on or not in a house. The last thing I want to just finish with is, could I ask about family? By that I mean, what is the makeup of a family when we consider a single-family home, or a duplex, or a townhouse? Do we assume that there's just mom, dad, and 2 kids, a dog, and a cat, or what's a family?
Mr. Carlson, you want to try that one?
Your Worship, we tend to stay away from the term family when we're talking about housing forms. So we're talking about single detached house as a unit that can accommodate a family or non-family type of household. So we don't regulate the composition of a household in terms of whether it's family members or not family members.
This is one of the learnings, thank you, Mr. Carlson. This is one of the learnings I felt from when we met. I'm going to use, not trying to pick on my own kids, and certainly don't wish for them to move home, but if all of them came back, which are 7, by the way, and if they all brought back a friend, which they all seem to have. So
you're saying you have a rooming house, is what you're going to say?
And they all moved in, they are my family. They have the right to live in there. The second part of it that complicates it really is, as it so happens, I think all of them have a vehicle. And if they all brought their vehicles, they have a right to park. So you cannot assume just on this notion that it is beyond my family, it is my family, or that the vehicles are intruding on the neighborhood, they may just be my family. Now that's an extreme example, but the point is that's why there are rights and privileges. That's why we need to take some caution here, and I think that's why Councillor Young's motion makes perfect sense to me. Thank you.
Councillor Hawkins, on the amendment.
This is on the amendment, Your Worship. Your Worship, thank you. I have a question for the administration and then a comment. The question is a follow-on from Councillor O'Donnell's question. Can you give us, and I understand this will be just a best estimate, a ballpark estimate, the kind of time that you think you might need to report back on the amendment that's on the floor?
Your Worship, I think it would follow shortly after June, potentially July, depending on consultation. So I'm getting nods. So July would look like a reasonable time frame.
Thank you, Your Worship. That's very helpful. I just want to make this comment. One of the reasons I didn't support Councillor Fraser's motion is because I believe that regulation to be effective has to be clear, has to have some consensus around it, and has to be enforced in a meaningful way. Last night, at about 10:30, I had a call from a constituent about just this issue, about a rooming house issue. He was confused. I was maybe a little less confused, but only a little less. I think that we are into a quagmire here with regulation around safety, around nuisance, around enforcement, around this whole issue. We had at the meeting some 18 city administrators in the room. This was just too heavy, too cumbersome to deal with the rooming house issue. There must be a better way of doing it. There must be best practices. Perhaps we can borrow from other cities. There must be a way that we can coordinate across parties and across jurisdictions to get some kind of meaningful regulatory response to this issue. I'm going to support Councillor Young's motion, and I'm going to ask the administration, and I think it's a heavy request to make of them, to find a way that is simple, straightforward, a way that can be readily understood and readily obeyed by citizens. I think this is a critical issue. It was the third point I was going to make in my remarks, which I'll make later. But this is an important aspect of our neighborhoods, and I think we have to move forward to it. I think Councillor Young has pointed a way through her amendment, and I urge the administration to be courageous in dealing with a very difficult problem. I'll support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Murray.
Thanks, Your Worship. During my other life, my day job, I find myself inside of many people's homes. Because quite often, you'd be surprised, you'll find a different living environment than what most of us, or many around the table here or in the audience, would call a normal home to be in. It's not uncommon out there to find situations where we have multiple people inside one dwelling, where we have people renting closet space as a bedroom. These are challenging times. These are times when there's problems. But beyond that, these homes are not designed for that. A single-family home is not designed for 16 people. And so when I get the call to come in and help them address their issue and figure out that when you cook for and bathe and clean and wash up and use the shower, you create problems within a house's envelope. We make homes tight. We had a discussion from one of the delegates asked us to build homes at our 2000 standard. If you build a house that tight and that airtight and you jam a whole bunch of people into it, you're going to see a lot of people end up in the hospital. They're going to get sick. You can't get enough air-to-air exchange inside there. There are problems with that. We do need to have a strategy. We do need to address it. The fact is that all over this city, there are places where multiple groups of family members, beyond what was our normal Western standard, are calling home today. Out of desperation, out of convenience, out of whatever their reasons, they're in those situations today. So I am very excited to support Councillor Young's motion. Because they're not just in her neighborhood. They're across this entire city. But we do need to do this right. We do need to address this situation. And understand that this province, compared to a lot of the rest of the world, is a utopian province. We do have a very wonderful place to grow up and to raise our families and to have our peace. So understand just how fortunate we are here. Yes, maybe it's a little inconvenient that you have to put up with the neighbors having a couple of cars parked across the street. Maybe it's not as handy as it used to be. The new Regina is a different place. We better get used to it. We better start to understand that we're going to have to do things different. We're going to have to expect different things. The reality is, this is the number one place people want to be, and there's a reason. Because we offer a great quality of life. You're going to have a place to live, and it may not be what you grew up as a family in. So things are going to be different. So I'm definitely going to support this, because we do need to get it right. And it is a big, heavy one on top of us. Thanks, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. Other speakers to the amendment? Councillor Fraser, if you could come and take the chair, please. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Just on a housekeeping issue, we have two meetings in July, the 8th and 29th. Just so we should be clear what date we expect that to come back to the administration through you.
Mr. Deputy Mayor will always choose the latter, so the 29th.
I knew you'd say that. Just a couple of quick comments. I want to thank Councillor Young for this amendment. I'm going to fully support it. I would come at it from a different perspective in a couple of ways. Firstly, I was at the public open house, and I saw the emotion and the concern of those who were there who just, it's a very confusing policy. And the tools the city has to begin to address issues just aren't there. For instance, we can't enter the household. We have nothing to say about who's in the household, the number of people in the household. We only talk about what the building is used for, but not who's in the house. I'm not saying we can get to that level, but I think we need to first of all, frame this in a way that people understand. And my first concern, I heard about this, was Mr. Black. I know he's still in the gallery, and I want to thank him for the two presentations he did. The first one was very compelling at Executive Committee. It was very clear, well-researched, and thoughtful. Not the only person, but I'm singling him out because it was well done. And then again tonight, his presentation, once again, well-researched, compelling, reasonable, but a plea for some help. And the pleas we heard from those at the open house were equally compelling, extremely emotional. This council listens, and we're going to act. So I'm very happy to see this motion come forward. Some of the comments as well about seeking clarity and understanding is absolutely critical, because the tools we have in our toolbox are limited. I'm very pleased to see that the motion contains a discussion with the provincial government. This is very much in line with our housing strategy of partnerships for a comprehensive review on policy where one order of government doesn't have all the tools, all the information, all the jurisdiction to address an issue. The other one might have that. So I guess it's an important element of firstly, of listening to what the public said and doing the right thing. So I'm very pleased to support the amendment before us tonight. Thank you. Councillor Young to close debate.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think everyone who spoke added something to the remarks that I made about the need for the amendment, and I'm really looking forward to July and something coming back. And I would assume that we would be talking about this at the Housing Summit as well.
I'm sure
if it comes up. I'm sure it will come up. So thank you.
On the amendment, I'll call the question. Are those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Councillor Young, you still have the floor unless you're finished.
I think I've taken enough time,
okay.
Your Worship.
The next speaker is Councillor Murray.
Your Worship, I was just thinking about one of the delegates, one of our last delegates actually asked a question. Do you know what it's like to be poor? I remember as a young man just getting out on my own what it was like. It was tough. I think every one of us probably had a couple of tough times trying to figure out how am I going to make the rent, how am I going to make sure there's food on the table. We've all had that. We've all persevered. We've all found our way through. There are ways to get through. This province and this city will give you everything you need. Remember, again, you live in a utopian world. The rest of the world does not have what we have before us here. There are always places to go. You will always find a place where you can find supper, make sure your kids are going to be okay. That does not exist around the rest of the world. Stop and be thankful. Be thankful that you have a place to call home. It's important to do that. We are very fortunate. Many out there don't have what we have today. So we have to recognize that. The reality is there is no magic wand. There is no instrument that fixes everything and that we can just wave it and here we go. As much as some might think that City Council is omnipotent and have the ability to fix everything and do everything, you can come forward and ask, why don't you guys do this, this, and this and fix these things? It comes at a cost. We collect taxes on your property to serve your property, to ensure that you can get to and from your property, whether it's through transit or on your roads, to clear the snow from your property. We collect taxes so that you can have the garbage hauled from your property, and when you turn the tap on, water shows up to your property, and when you're done with it, we take care of that. That's what we do with your taxes. We're here to serve you and your property. We don't build homes. We don't build houses. We do have some social programs that we assist and help others who do so. There are a great number out there that do a great job. So if there's something that I can ask of you, the residents and the folks, the media that are here, go out and do something. On a weekend, go volunteer at Habitat. Give them a hand. Go to a soup kitchen. See what real poverty is like. Get involved and help out. There's 100 things you can do that are a lot better than simply pointing out the flaws and problems. Thanks, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. Councillor Hawkins and then Councillor Bryce.
Your Worship, I want to start with 2 points and build a little bit on those points. The first point is that I am confident that every member of our council feels keenly how serious this issue of housing is, understands that there's a shortage of rental and owned housing, and wants to extend a hand and help. That's the first point. It's the critical point to remember. The second point that I want to build on is the topic of tonight. We're talking about strategy. And not only that, but because of the way the consultant's report is reframed, we're talking about very high-level strategy. And my instinct is that the solution, to the extent that we can fashion a solution to these problems, is not so much in high-level strategy, but is in the specific programs of implementation and the details of those programs that are brought forward out of that strategy. And it's to that end that I want to make 3 points. And to a large extent, they're points, they're requests, they're pleas to the administration, who's going to bring forward an implementation report at the end of June. The first point is a difficult point. It's difficult for me to make. I'm not sure it's been made clearly here tonight, but I think it has to be made. We've talked about incentives to developers, and we've talked in some cases about penalties to developers in order to spur the supply of housing. An incentive would typically look like a tax relief of some form or another. That would be an example. A penalty, which is not a very good word, would typically be an imposition of some kind or another on the developer with respect to supplying a certain number of a certain type of accommodation, that sort of thing. Those are legitimate tools to consider and in some cases to use. But when we decide how to deploy those tools, we need much better information than we have in the consultant's report and in the reports to date. I say that because both of those tools, the incentives and the penalties, come, and Councillor Murray has made this point, come with a cost. They're not free. If we give incentives, it means that we don't have money for other good things. Transportation was one example mentioned tonight that we have to consider. We're going to have to make trade-offs here. Councillor O'Donnell's word in another context tonight was balance, but balance is equally what's going to be required here. And in order for us at the end of June to know how to balance, we're going to have details of the incentive or penalty programs that are being imposed. What kind of details? Well, we're going to have to be able to see that the program of incentives or penalties is carefully targeted to deal with a specific program. We're going to have some way of measuring how effective that incentive or that penalty is going to be. We're going to have to be sure that the program is not overbroad. That is, that we're not subsidizing things that don't need to be subsidizing, and that we are subsidizing the things that do need to be subsidized. We have to be careful that we don't impose burdens on developers who, after all, like them or hate them, are going to be the people that build this housing. We're going to have to be careful that we don't impose burdens that discourage them from building that housing. We're going to have to know what the potential success rate of the incentives and the penalties are imposing, what the potential for success is. And finally, and it comes to Councillor Fraser's idea actually, we're going to have to know how to review these. 2 years maybe, would be a minimum, I would have thought, but I would have thought the question's even bigger than that. Do we just want to review, or at some point do we want to think about, and this the administration can consider when they're developing the specific implementation proposals, do we want to think of actually sunsetting some of these programs? Because sometimes these programs develop into entitlements. And once they develop into entitlements, they carry on long after they've lost their raison d'etre. So I would ask the administration, when they bring forward their implementation program, to tell us what the real costs are, tell us what the opportunity costs lost are, tell us what the kind of success is, what the kind of targeting is, how we measure success, and how we, at the end of the day, decide whether or not to continue on. It's a very big challenge, and I think it's information that would help us a great deal in deciding which are good incentive programs, which aren't, which are appropriate penalty programs, which aren't. Mr. Mayor, I can be very quick on my last 2 points because I think that I want to mention them again, but the points have been made in the amendment debate. The second point that I take away from tonight's debate is how important good regulation is. And Councillor Young has made all of those points for us. But if we are using a regulatory tool, clear, simple, easily understood, and easily measured for effectiveness, and that, of course, is particularly important in the context of regulating housing for safety, for nuisance. It's particularly important that we can enforce the regulations we have in those kind of contexts. And third and finally, I was struck tonight by the number of people who mentioned the idea of neighborhood. And I was struck curiously when I read the consultant's report that that concept, for me at any rate, was largely missed. There's a tension here. There's a tension between people who live in traditional neighborhoods, let me call them that, with houses and lots and garages in the back. Perhaps an older way of doing things, but a way that suits many, many, many people in Regina. And a tension between those who say, in a fuller world, in a growing economy, in a different lifestyle, we need more infill, we need more diversification. The only way to resolve that tension is with, and this I think is Ms. Staff's word actually, the only way to resolve that tension is with sensitivity. We're going to have to find a way, an appropriate route between preserving our neighborhoods, because they're important to people, and finding ways to do infill, diversification, because we live in a world where the economy and scarce resources demand that. So I'd ask the administration, when they're looking at implementations, to consider the tension in those two ideas and give us guidance on a path, that will help us along the way. So those 3 points, Mr. Mayor, I recognize it's a tremendous burden to put on the administration, but we'd appreciate very much their assistance with it. Thank you.
And they're looking for more work, too.
Yes.
Councillor Bryce.
Thank you. I promise to be brief and not repeat too much of what's been said. But I did want to make the comment that most of the delegations who spoke tonight actually spoke in favor of the strategy. There wasn't too much bad to say about it. It was the nuts and bolts of it that they have concerns about. one of the major things they had concerns about was the zoning and how quickly that would happen. So I know that was in the notes of the concerns that were brought forward to add to this, but I would just like administration to go through those again so that people who don't have this information in front of them could understand what people were talking about and what the reality will be.
Mr. Carlston.
Yes, Your Worship. I think there was some misunderstanding in terms of the recommendation of the consultant to undertake zoning to facilitate different types of housing. So it wouldn't occur immediately upon adoption of the implementation plan when it comes out in June. Rather, there would be extensive consultation required for any type of rezoning and analysis in terms of where that would be. So it's not citywide, it would be targeted, but it's also would require consultation.
So how does that differ from what we do now when somebody wants something rezoned? Through you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Carlston.
Your Worship, this would be a little more proactive. Currently, we wait for zoning applications to come in. This is something in which we can start looking at appropriate areas throughout the city that we could start consultation.
Okay, thank you. As I said, I think the community is in favor of the strategy. They're just looking forward to the nuts and bolts of it. So I also look forward to that.
Thank you, Councillor Price. Councillor Vendura.
Thank you, Your Worship. It's just about 9:30, but this is a good thing to have. Being in the city of Regina, it's a good problem to have. If you look at what we dealt with years before, with success comes difficulties and problems. So I give the administration and the citizens of Regina to really getting their hands dirty. How are we going to see our city in the future? I just want to remind everyone, or remind myself, and as we're going through this planning and strategy and looking at how we build, is we must remember one of our council things is inclusive. And inclusive means is that when we build houses, and I see right now, because I had a question of a citizen, that a resident that moved into Regina was in a wheelchair and was not able to find rental or housing that he or she can use. So when we move through this, when we're building houses for persons with disability, we must remember we don't have enough of them right now. And so as we're going forward, inclusive means that. And then we need to be very aware of that, and we'll be talking to our partners, builders and new investors to think about everyone who is in Regina and how we're going to survive and we work together. We must listen to our citizens. And you think about, we had a delegation to come out here and had open houses. People are telling us some things, and I think what I'm hearing around the table here is that we are listening. I'm pleased with that we're not jumping into something with a couple of delegations brought in and said, well, we're going to implement something right now. And they're afraid of it. They don't know what's going to come in. So I'm happy to hear that we're not going to do that. We must adapt as we move forward. So listening about every 2 years, I can see 1 year, but every 2 years to see how we're moving forward. I like that idea of adapting as we're moving forward and changing things or shifting things one way or the other. Just remember our young people, young kids, our new leaders, our young leaders, future leaders are looking at us to make this right. And so I'm looking at my kids. Councillor O'Donnell mentioned about 7 or 8. Right now on my driveway there is 7 cars. So that's how many you live in my house. They're all my kids. So
I think we need bylaw enforcement on that property.
They've been there. Our success is trouble, and I like the idea of being honest about what we're doing and listen to our citizens and making sure that when we implement some of the things that we're looking at, what Councillor Young mentioned about looking at with all the staff and the members of our team here at the city and city administration is so that we don't become, I don't want to say the word, but we don't become a police state. So we have to be careful when we move on some of these things, because right now what I'm seeing is that there are some houses that are out there, people doing all kinds of things, and we don't have any way of doing anything about it. That kind of troubles me. So we're moving forward and coming back with the July report. I'd like to see something can be done, because our bylaws are there, and we, as citizens, we're breaking them. So really, what's the purpose of them being there? So when we bring something up like that in our housing strategies, we need to know that with our hearts and we being respectful, we can do something about it. So our citizens are obeying the laws or the bylaws, and you don't have to call a bylaw on me because I've got 7 cars in my driveway. Looking at the rezoning, and a couple of the delegations brought up that we will jump in and something's coming in, we will change the zoning, and they don't like it. I know some people say, well, not in my backyard or not in my neighborhood or whatever, but we need to find a solution in housing. But just by building something in another zone or making change to zoning and just to put something together is not always the right thing to do. But again, I will repeat the bylaws. As we're moving forward and we're looking at those, bylaws are difficult. Again, and I'm stuck on it because right now we have citizens that are telling us we can get into the house. So there could be a safety, could be fire, could be health reasons we can't get in there. So as we bring in this in July, I'd like to see something can be done about it. And another thing that I've been dealing with is that when you look at how many people, how many citizens have engaged themselves into a housing strategy and all that, I've heard a lot of them saying, we've elected you, so do something, make a decision. And some of them will not come and be part of the debate or discussion because they're looking at us as an elected official, that we've been elected there to make decisions, but some then say to us that we didn't ask him enough questions. So, Your Worship, to make it another couple of seconds here, I enjoy living in the city. It is a good problem to have, not have enough housing, but that's not a good scenario. But we need to be very forefront about it. Because if our citizens are talking to us, we need to listen. I think we are listening. Like you said, there might be some citizens that are not going to be happy with all the decisions we make. But as moving forward, we have to be united to make the right decision. So I'm looking forward to your summit, Your Worship, and looking forward to getting things started. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dara. I don't have anybody else on the speakers list here. If not, then I would like to make a couple of comments, and I'll ask, take the seat, or just switch seats here for a moment. Thank you, Councillor Fraser. Just a couple of comments. I want to start by firstly thanking delegations tonight for their insights and comments, and thank them as well for the comments they made at Executive Committee, which really drove us to have again another discussion for public consultation. Lots of passion, lots of concern, lots of support, lots of various opinions on aspects of the consultation. Councillor Bryce is quite right. Most of the delegations spoke directly of the plan itself is good, but the implementation of it, some questions of process, but overall the need for some action on housing. I think it's fair to say that housing is probably the biggest priority of this council. And certainly, as mayor, I would say it is our biggest issue. Now, part of this strategy, in the biggest sense, is positioning the city in a couple of ways. So let's go back to those who were here before this last election as to why we had this strategy start in the first place. Primarily, but not exclusively, it's about aligning our programs to the shifting programs of the province to be more effective. Because we are not the deliverers of housing policy. We assist, we may add on to, but we are not the primary drivers of housing, below market housing, social housing, homelessness, those issues. But we're also in the city as well, so we have something to say about that. So it was to be more effective in delivery of programs. That's the first part. Second part is to consult with the public to understand what we think we can do in housing. But just as important, it's a defensive position to say, this is all we're going to do. So I think Councillor Fraser talked about people being frustrated by us not getting into rental housing, frustrated with the city. Well, part of that is that the very regulation of rental housing is primarily a provincial responsibility. Rent controls, we do have some say, of course, in the standards of property and what we can do there. But let's be clear, that there's only so much we can do here. Councillor Hawkins talked about the trade-offs, the balance. That's very, very important here. We can't be everything to everyone. We have to have a framework and a limit to what we can do, but what we have to do has to be effective and deliver programs that will help people. So that's the other reason for the strategy itself. It's important we don't raise expectations beyond what we're capable of doing. Now, part of having a discussion on policy is a good thing because we're making it better tonight. We had a consultant consult for several months. We had the administration evaluate that, have public consultations. We had people come back and tell us what we thought. Now we have amendments by members of council. To me, that is a great way to fine-tune and enhance public policy. So we've done a very good night tonight. We're going to see a report come back in July about a very important hot-button issue. We're going to have an implementation strategy in June that's going to give us more insight as to how we do this. We're going to have a discussion. It's not a panacea, but it is one element of discussion at the Housing Summit that will talk about what else we can and possibly should do together with our senior partners. So we shouldn't kid ourselves here. This is the big issue for this council this term. There are other ones we're going to deal with as well, but this is a big one. No question about that. I want to thank the administration for guiding this process through from the consultation with the consultant to what we have here. Very pleased with what we have here. It's a good start, a good solid foundation for review and updating of our housing policies. Very pleased with where we're going. But let's make no mistake about this one, that there will be changes and additions and alterations to this policy as we go forward. It's not a document on the shelf. It is a living document that will change, be informed by our discussions with senior governments. Again, the Housing Summit may provide some of that insight as well. I'm really pleased to support the recommendations with the amendments that have come forward. I have one last question to the administration. It relates to a delegation from Wilma staff's comments. And I think we touched on it, Councillor Bryce raised the issue, but I want to be clear on this. And I want to refer to her presentation. She's usually, always is very insightful, but this one she's particularly insightful, where she speaks of the neighborhood plans now becoming guidelines, as opposed to a process that's quite more open and clear and transparent, but also is comprehensive. That, as she says, the guidelines will no longer be authorized by bylaw, which means zoning changes can take place without any notification. That's not how I read the report by the consultant. That's not how I read the report on the administration's comments back. So I want to be clear that we're not actually removing any process. We're actually clarifying and make it more, if I understood Mr. Carlson's comments, more proactive. So just to have a clarification on that.
Yes, Mr. Deputy Mayor, that is correct. And the delegation's reference to neighborhood plans and the OCP is such that through the OCP process, we're looking at a mechanism to maintain the neighborhood plans, approve them by bylaw or something, opposed to being part of the larger official community plan document. So they'd still have formal standing, and any rezonings, whether there's a neighborhood plan or not, requires to go through the planning process in terms of engagement.
So we're not in any way, through Mr. Deputy Mayor, we're not in any way diluting or removing steps of the process for public consultation and understanding of a bylaw or any change that could take place in a neighborhood. It's, to use my words, more of a proactive approach, but not diluting in any way.
Yes, Mr. Deputy Mayor, there'd be no dilution, so the same processes would be applied.
I think that's important because I don't want to see a change that has unintended consequences where we as councillors, this council or councillors in the future, have changes to neighborhoods that really were delegated or diluted in terms of others' responsibility, and we have problems that we don't want. I don't want unintended consequences, but I'm pleased to see that's been clarified to my satisfaction. I support the report, and I urge members of council to support it as well. Thank you.
I would like a moment, if I could, please. Thanks. I want to speak to the future a little bit if I could. I want to make you aware that within the document we've agreed, or I'm assuming we will agree, pardon me, to the following in it, and I just highlight a couple of things. Advocate in collaboration with landlords, community and sector organizations to the federal government to reform tax treatment of rental housing, etc. To advocate in collaboration and so on to the province to increase the amount of shelter component and social assistance and rental supplements. That's in the document. And to advocate to the province to provide home ownership assistance to purchasers in need of affordable. So that is part of what's in the document and what we are agreeing to. But I also want to make you aware in the future, and I've said this before on the floor of council, and I believe Mayor Fougere will be taking a role with that as we advance. Federation of Canadian Municipalities will be looking at housing as the next big issue. It is not just a Regina issue, it is a Canadian issue. I think you will hear a lot from the mayors of the big cities in Canada who represent 70 to 80% of the population of Canada, that they have concerns in this area as well. So this will not be the last time we talk about this. This is a strategy for us, but we need a national strategy to make sure that we look after all the people that were under our care. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Councillor Fraser to close debate. You don't have to. Just if you want to. Okay. You're okay? So all speakers have spoken. I'm going to call the question on the report. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried unanimously. We'll move on to next report. This is a city manager's report. Councillor Fraser, if you want to introduce this, and we'll need a seconder for this one. It's the city manager's report. This is CM 13-1.
Your Worship, I'll go ahead and move the report then to get it on the table.
Okay. And a seconder for the report. Let's say what it is first.
Oh, I'm sorry. This is an application for tie code removal on 1156 Garnet Street. And it's actually a recommendation that it be refused to separate a lot from another lot. So.
Okay. And Councillor Bryce seconds it? Yeah. Okay. Questions or discussion on the report?
Your Worship, if I could, just a quick question on there. When I look at the report, I see that there's actually two lots, and it appears that, just for clarification, that the garage is just a little too close to the other lot. Can I just get a clarity on that?
Mr. Carlson?
Your Worship, I'm not familiar with the particulars. I see the air photo, but maybe turn it over to Ms. Howard-Luck and the planning director, who may have the particulars in front of her.
Yeah, it's actually the third appendix, A3, I think it is. What is it? Yeah, A3 appendix shows Focus Corporation did a legal site survey, and when you look fairly closely, if you use the magic of technology, we can zoom into it.
Ms. Howard-Luck, you want a response to that, or you're just commenting?
I'm just curious, because if it's just simply the garage is too close, could there not be a caveat put on the other lot that you can't build right up against that garage, and then that would solve the issue, and the proponent could then have their second lot? I mean, we're talking about developing another lot within the inner city. There's kind of not really a big downside to doing that.
I think the process is that because it doesn't meet the requirements, it's a sort of black and white issue. It's now would be appealed, and that's how they may get some comfort that way.
Okay, so there is an option for the opponent to appeal?
Mr. Carlson, on the procedures, to answer the question.
Yes, Your Worship, that's correct. You had that process correct in terms of council denying this would allow the applicant to go through the Development Appeals Board. So the administration or council has the authority to grant that type of variance.
Okay, so they do have the option to do that. They could explore it. Perfect. That's all I need to hear. Thank you.
Any other discussions on the report? I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. We'll move to Executive Committee reports. Councillor Fraser.
I'd like to bring forward Executive Committee Report CR 13-66, Strategizing for Optimizing Regional Economic Growth Opportunities. Recommendation that City Council endorse the proposed strategy for optimizing regional economic growth opportunities. Number 2, the City of Regina Administration continue discussions with the Arm of Sherwood, number 159, regarding growth, taking into account the City's pending OCP. The Arm's growth needs, as identified in its OCP, and the requirement of other provinces of Saskatchewan to work collaboratively on policies from the urban-rural fringe. Number 3, that City Council approve funding for external consulting services for an amount up to $400,000 from the general fund reserve to support regional planning processes, and that these funds be transferred to the regional planning program capital budget. Thanks.
Comments on the report? Councillor Donald.
Thank you. This is extremely important. This is one of those foundation pieces in the next while that we want to make sure that we get right. And I think there's a couple of things that here that need to be highlighted. One, we are, as a community, working very hard to get along with our neighbors. First point. Second point, the proof is in what's going on with the White Butte organization, the Moose Jaw corridor, the fact that we are doing some water planning with the whole area so that a community like Lumsden, for example, who has a great deal of difficulty building a wastewater treatment plant based on the requirements, may be able to, in fact, partner with us. Those are all the things that we oft don't hear about, don't talk about, and don't hear the good news about. We oft hear that maybe it is a little bit more difficult with the RM of Sherwood. We will, and I think through this document, through what we're trying to say is extend a hand. We need to work together. The OCP has been pushed ahead. We will have all sorts of things that will come out of that that will impact both of us. But the point of the story here is that there's an awful lot of good going on, and this is very important to us. And I might add this. We are the capital of the province. We will set an example to how to do this right. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Donald. Other comments? Councillor Fraser, if you could take the seat. This is indeed a very significant report before us, and it is a departure in many ways from what we've done in the past. And the report speaks for itself. It does talk about opportunity, collaboration, regional economic development, and the benefit for all of southern Saskatchewan. So we have before us a different kind of an economy that we had since the last 5 or 6 or 7 years. Traditionally, we've had a flatline economy where we grew slowly and predictably, and most regional economic development was, certainly with respect to the RM of Sherwood, would be one example where the issues we felt we had to deal with them was subdivision of farmland for a family member or to put some kind of another building on site. But now we're in a much more complex, rapidly paced, growing economy with competing interests. But we as a council, with this report and the administration putting this forward, are saying we are in alignment with a provincial perspective of coordinated sustainable growth. That is our priority. And as Councillor Donald just spoke about, we have a couple of committees that are fundamental to our growth and growth through the region. The White Butte Planning Commission, of which we're a member, and the Moose Jaw Regina Corridor, the industrial corridor, which is going to see significant development between Regina and Moose Jaw. We're working very well with those groups. Now, the report references a wastewater treatment study that's being done. We're talking with White Butte about recreation as an issue, our landfill, our wastewater treatment plant. All those issues are fundamental to sustained economic growth that benefits the entire region. And we no longer can think just of the city of Regina benefiting, but it's the entire region that will benefit. So we talk about a white paper that's going to be done relatively soon that will talk about the benefits of this coordinated approach versus, I would say, an ad hoc or haphazard approach that really hasn't, to this time anyway, done a lot of sustained good for our province. And we're not the only municipality that has this issue. I think we can talk about Saskatoon, Yorkton, Swift Current having these kinds of issues as well. The report speaks of a summit in the fall where we talk with the province, with SUMA and SARM, our regional partners, to talk about how we can make this truly a sustainable, productive relationship over time. This is fundamental to what we have to do. And we can talk about how things could be and should be and hope that we can do this together. But fundamentally, as the biggest municipality in southern Saskatchewan, we have an obligation and a right and should be speaking with our partners in a way that will assist them in their growth aspirations as well as assist us in ours, because we will all benefit. The investment, the jobs, the diversification, the new citizens that will be here will all be good news for us all. So I know members of council are aware of this, and I hope you support this. The steps that this report outlines will set the stage for some great collaboration and cooperation between our partners in southern Saskatchewan. Thank you. Thank you. Any other comments on the report? I'll call the question, then all those in favor. Opposed? That's carried. Move on to Finance and Administration. Councillor Murray.
Thanks, Your Worship. We do have in the gallery actually Miss Audrey Price in the Warehouse District bid. So she's here to answer any questions we may have around CR 1367. This would be our budget. So there's two parts coming forward.
Would you like to move, receive, and file on her communication?
By all means.
Okay. And I'll second her for that, please. Second. All those in favor. Opposed? Carried. Councillor Murray.
Just streamlining the system here. So yes. On to 60. So thank you very much for being here to answer questions, Ms. Price. On 67, we have two parts to it. And that Council approved the Warehouse Business Improvement District's 2013 budget, which is detailed in Appendix A, and that City Council approved the proposed mill rate for the Warehouse Improvement District, Business Improvement District for 2013 at a mill rate of 0.7588, and Finance Administration concurred in that.
Thank you for that. So I guess, is there any questions of the delegation who is here? Ms. Price, who's in the gallery to answer questions? We're okay with that? Okay. So to the main report itself, questions to the report itself, to the administration. Any comments? Great work being done by the Warehouse District. Councillor Murray, you're on that committee, aren't you? You're doing a good job on that for sure. Okay. We'll accept that too. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Next report is motion from Councillor Fraser.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. I'm bringing forward today motion MN 13-1. The motion reads, whereas there currently exists a partnership between the City of Regina and Skate Regina Association Incorporated for the use of an 8,000 square foot facility located at Everest Place as an indoor skateboard park. And whereas this facility is set to be demolished in accordance to the 2007 Everest Place Master Plan, and whereas meeting between the association and the administration have taken place, but an alternative location has not been found, now therefore be it resolved that the administration provide a report to the City Council at its July 8th meeting, which report shall include possible locations, either city-owned or rented, costs associated with the space, and potential partnership options. Respectfully submitted, Sean Fraser.
Okay, we'll need a seconder for the motion.
Your Worship, I am going to second it, but I want to speak against the motion. I'm willing to give a suggestion to the mover that where I would support it. And it simply is that at the end, it's not my style anyway to be this prescriptive. I have no problem with the report coming back from the administration informing us as to the results of the negotiation, but this is, in my view, an administrative process and not a council process. So if he would change the last to just simply asking for a report back in July, I'm fine with that. But as it reads, I would not support.
Mr. Fraser, you have an option to alter it or leave it as it stands.
Yeah, so I'll just like to say, can I just give a bit of background on how this came to be?
You can speak to it.
Okay. So I was approached by a couple people from Skate Regina, maybe about a month or so ago, with a concern wondering how to proceed. They had got notice that they had to leave their the space they've occupied for over a decade here at the end of May. It was my opinion that, like, right now the skate park is still there. It is put away for the summer. They use outdoor skate parks for the summer, and also that building is also used for, I believe, Farm Progress and possibly one other event that they can't occupy the space for. It was my opinion that they might have a better chance of dealing with this now while the skate park is still active versus trying to sort it out later. I don't actually see this as being too prescriptive. I think we're asking the council, we're asking administration to bring something back to July 8th. Report shall include possible locations, either city-owned or rented, costs associated with the space, and potential partnerships options. We're not saying that, I'm not convinced that there is a happy solution to this. I'm hopeful there is, and I think that's what we're asking for, but it's not to say for sure that there will be. And so I think I'll just keep it how it is. I'm hopeful. Again, this is a challenging time for the city as far as all the service organizations we support in space, and definitely it's a busy time and resources are stretched thin, but I'm hopeful that we might be able to come up with a solution, and I think that's just what this amendment's, or what this motion's asking for. So I don't really feel this ties us to anything, so I'd like to keep it how it is. Thanks.
Councillor Bryce.
Just to clarify, so is there a reason that this group can't go out and find space for themselves? Like that the city has to do it for them?
I'm not sure you can answer that question, but this administration wants to answer that.
Sure.
Mr. Carlston?
Your Worship, the city has spent some time with the group. We have a good working relationship and have been seeking some location. We haven't been able to find that, and they will be vacating in May. So I think this is the motion. If I read it correctly, the intent is to continue working with them without any guaranteed result.
Okay. Any other speakers on this? Oh,
So does that mean without the motion you won't be working with them? Like, is it necessary?
Mr. Carlston?
Your Worship, I think we had worked with them and we couldn't find anything at the time. So I think this is to expand the reach beyond city-owned and assist them with into the private sector or other facilities, is how I'm understanding it.
Okay. Any other speakers on the motion? There's a seconder. Councillor Fraser, you I'll be short and clear in this one. The question is not whether we support Skate Regina. That's not, for me, the issue at all. The administration is speaking with this group, and by the public discussion, a fairly amicable discussion. This motion is too prescriptive. And in fact, I don't think we should be inserting ourselves into discussion while there's discussion with the administration with this group, to be prescriptive of that. It doesn't help the issue. It doesn't solve the issue. It simply is an insertion to the issue that I think may cause some confusion. A motion would simply, I think, should say to the administration to continue discussions with the group and report back without getting into issues such as locations or city costs owned or costs associated or space or potential partnerships. That's too prescriptive for me. So I want to hear what others have to say, but from my perspective, this should be a referral motion to the administration to come back with a report about what we can do, not to prescribe the way in which it's done. That's up to the administration to do with the group. The public discussion with the officials from Skate have all been positive, and they're still looking for solutions. So I think it's premature to do this. And I'm not going to support the motion. I ask members of council not to, and I hope Councillor Fraser will just simply refer this to the administration and let them come back after discussion so we can deal with it then, but not to prescribe. So I won't support the motion.
Point of order, if I could.
Come back over here.
It's to do with your comment, though. I don't know. Okay, you're able to make an amendment if you're interested in doing that.
I certainly can move a referral motion, but I'm asking you to make a change.
Okay, well, I'd like to keep it how it is. So.
Okay. Councillor Hawkins.
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to move an amendment, and I'm going to move an amendment in exactly the terms you proposed, that the motion be amended to read referral motion to the administration to continue discussions with the group and report back. And the only thing I have to add to this is that I fear it'll be lost altogether and send the wrong message. My sense is that it's better to go down the route that Councillor O'Donnell and the Mayor suggested than to have this end in a way that I think sends a bad message. So I'm going to move the motion in the terms that the Mayor proposed, the amendment to the motion.
Okay, so this is not this is a referral. It's not debatable. Everybody understands the intent here. Date for it to come back. Does the administration have a date?
Your Worship, the July 8th date works.
Okay. We're clear. Only question we have on process, not of substance. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. I have another motion here. Am I?
Worship, I rise to bring forward 13.2, and this would...
13.2, yes.
Yeah.
Why is it not on my record?
And so what I have here, I'm just going to quickly go all the way down to the very bottom here to the whereas is City Councilor Mike O'Donnell has expressed an interest in running for one of Saskatchewan's seats on the FCM Board of Directors and its annual convention. And therefore be it resolved that City Council endorse Councillor O'Donnell to seek election to the FCM Board of Directors in supporting this motion, and further be it resolved that if successful, related expenses should be funded within City Council budgets.
Need a seconder?
I'll second that.
Any comments or questions on the motion? Is pretty straightforward. Councillor O'Donnell, do you want to plead your case? Go ahead.
I'm not sure right now, but no, I'm not fighting. Just a point of clarity. One of the reasons that I ran last time was to make sure that we had a face at the national level. That was the deal. And then when we did committee appointments, you were gracious to allow Councillor Murray and I to sit on SUMA, and that to me was very important, that we not only have representation nationally, but we work together with our province where we have representatives. And so really the point here is to continue that relationship for one more year. And just so you know, so that you understand financially, there are 4 trips where we meet nationally, once for a convention and 3 across Canada. And I think it's a good debate. I represent FCM on 2 committees. One is on municipal finance and one is on infrastructure. Probably no surprise. Thank you.
Any other discussions on the motion? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. We go back to Finance Administration. Councillor Murray.
Thanks, Your Worship. I rise to bring forward CR 1368, and this would be the Regina Property Tax Bylaw 2013 School Division Property Tax Bylaw. Recommendations from Finance Committee. As Part 1, that City Council establish a separate resource property subclass under its commercial industrial class and apply a mill rate factor of 1.32901 to that subclass. And a further Part 2, that the City Solicitor be instructed to prepare the necessary documents for consideration by City Council on April 29th. That'd be tonight. So that would, I guess, and that's why we're here. Look at that. Here we are. That include the property classes, subclasses, mill rates, and other taxing authorities, mill rates, and the mill rate factors in the business improvement districts, mill rates outlined within this report. We use mill rates a lot.
A lot of mill rates.
There's
We've
a lot of
already
mill rates.
enacted this in some ways, but this makes it official. So
now it's official. There's a lot of mill rates.
So, Councillor O'Donnell, do you want to debate this?
Oh, no, I don't want to debate it at all. I wanted to seek clarification. I just noted that in the report it talks specifically about the public school board is required, but where the separate school board has the option. Now, they've agreed to have the same mill rate. I get that. So is this just a matter of legislation where they have the ability to opt in or set differently? I'm just curious.
Mr. Barr.
Through your worship, the legislation allows for the separate school board to opt in for a mill rate. It's under the Education Act.
Okay. Just wanted to be clear. Thank you.
Okay. Other questions or comments? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We have CP 1316, Administration Memo. If I could have a mover for that.
Maybe I'll just move that, Your Worship, because that is actually referring to a Finance Administration report that came before us.
Do I have a seconder for that too? Okay.
We've got lots of seconders now. Basically, it was just there's a clerical error, and so this is to correct the appendixes of A and B that were coming here this evening.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried.
So, Your Worship, I rise now to bring forward 1369. This Council approved the property tax exemptions outlined in Appendix A. So this is our annual property tax exemptions for 2013. And so Part 2, that the City Solicitor be instructed to bring forward the necessary bylaw to provide for those property tax exemptions that are listed in the report.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. Are there any comments or questions on that report? Councillor Young.
Your Worship, I'm very pleased to see that the Cornwall Parkade has been removed from the exemption list.
Do you want to debate that tonight? Well said. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Councillor Fraser, we have 3 bylaws, and these are all relate to the reports we just referenced just a moment ago.
I move, seconded by Councillor Young, that bylaws 2013-29, 2013-30, and 2013-33 be introduced and read for a first time.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
I move, seconded by Councillor Bryce, that bylaws 2013-29, 2013-30, and 2013-33 be read for a second time.
Any comments or questions on the report? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
I move, seconded by Councillor Murray, that Councillor hereby consents to bylaws 2013-29, 2013-30, and 2013-33 going to a third reading at this meeting.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried unanimously.
I move, seconded by Councillor O'Donnell, that bylaws 2013-29, 2013-30, and 2013-33 be read for a third time.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Motion to adjourn.
Move adjournment.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay. Councillor Murray seconded. I saw your hand go up. I could swear you did that. Thank you very much, everyone. Have a good evening.